feeling this one might go a little long. We're probably going to get up to like part 60 with all the stuff that's wrong with this thing. I'm finding more and more structural damage by the hour. But I'm also learning how to fix said structural damage by the hour. I grow stronger. Let's shut that off. There we go. Okay. So, what's going on? How's everybody doing? We are once again going to work on the... We are once again going to work on the crew cab charger. This is a 69 Coronet 500 sedan. It's got 4 doors. Do I care that it has 4 doors? No. Would I like it if it had 2 doors? Yes. Does this car need a lot of work? Yes. But these first 6 parts, save for part 1, which is where I explain this, but the first 6 parts have been basically getting this thing yard running and driving, basically moving it, getting the engine, well, seeing if the engine and transmission are good, making sure they work. We've got the brakes working in one of the streams, and today we're basically going to finish up engine tuning and going from there. Like, I kind of did these first couple of parts here to show people how, like, it's not too hard to, it's not too incredibly hard to get one of these things, like, kind of dialed in. You just need a couple of tools here and there. Screwdriver, timing light, vacuum gauge, and a set of wrenches. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. And then be willing to get your hands dirty, obviously. You'll appreciate those 2 extra doors someday. Why do you think I'm cool with 4 doors, dude? Because the only thing cooler than having a cool old muscle car is having a cool old muscle car that you could take the entire family in. Dog, Bremo, other things in the future. Maybe cat. I don't know. So, yeah. Parrot. Yeah, Parrot. You move your methane subcooler. You moved the transmission from the 351 yesterday. Truck is all coming together. Yeah. Did you interrupt birthday dinner to pick up spark plugs? No, I decided that probably wasn't a good idea. So I did that today. I have spark plugs. They're on the table right here. I have the spark plug gapper. We'll look up in the manual where we need to set the plugs, etc., and go from there. Hear me out. Make it a rally car, and then you could have 4 Freds in the back mid-rally. This is not really the best thing to make a rally car. Yeah. You know, so we're gonna do the spark plugs, and we still need to finish priming the transmission. The transmission is close, but it's not totally there. It still stalls the car when you put it in gear, which means we don't have enough transmission fluid in there. We basically there was none in there to begin with. We got to reprime the entire system, so we might have to add an extra cord or 2 in there. I have Autolite 66s, guys. Hey, Chief, what's going on? How's the filter? Which one? Which one? We did a lot of messing with filters yesterday. Oh my, whose birthday? It was my wife's birthday yesterday, Pat, which is why I didn't do space news, but there is space news to talk about, and we are going to do space news today. So we got wrenching, space news, and then virtual wrenching in summer car. So that's going to be fun. Long day today. Transmission filter? I ended up putting the stock one back in because I wasn't really happy with how the new one fit, but we did redo the gasket and the transmission doesn't seem to be leaking. I kind of have to get a better read on it because there's a bunch of transmission fluid still under there and a bunch of rubber clack everywhere underneath the car. I got to back the car out and we got to clean up the shop. We got to clean up our mess from yesterday. So I think that's where we're going to start today. Let's get the transmission primed, finish the job that we started yesterday. Finish priming up that transmission, making sure that thing all works correctly. The car can shift, it doesn't stall the engine. Gap the spark plugs and then, clean up the shop. There are a couple of MSC-esque games you might like too. Yeah, I'm good with Summer Car. Are the old plugs the correct plugs? I think they're Autolite 66s as well. I did a little bit of looking around, browsing the internet and stuff, on Mopar forums and stuff. Everybody says Autolite. Autolite 65 or 66s is the one you want. I have no idea if those spark plugs are gapped correctly, the ones that are in the car. So I did buy a gapper, and we're gonna gap those spark plugs. I'll show people what that is and how that all works. Happy belated birthday to Bree. Yeah, there you go. They are also disgusting. What does the 66 mean? I believe that refers to the heat range. It's the part number, Seacracken. But yeah, sorry, I didn't know. Happy birthday, Brimo. Yeah, there you go. Yes, you can always rinse out the filter with some new transmission fluid. Should be fine as long as it's not broken or ripped. It's not broken. It's not ripped, Hentai. The stock transmission filter that I put back in, the one that we took out, I cleaned it out. There was some clutch material in it. It was not torn. It was not broken. It's probably made of asbestos or something ridiculous. That's not a proper application of asbestos. But yeah, it seemed okay. So I put it back in, and we primed up the transmission, and yeah, we just got to finish priming the valve body on the transmission. So I don't know. Should we do spark plugs first? Yeah, you know what? Let's do the plugs before we get the engine hot, and it's a pain in the butt to get at them. We'll do the plugs. Plugs first, prime up the transmission, move it out, and then I got to clean underneath here. I did not clean up yesterday, and I really do not want to get in a habit of not cleaning up the shop. Okay? I just put a lot of effort in to keep it clean. So all right, so let's get to it. Stand by for loss of signal from the office, as expected. Test. Okay, I actually took the mic with me into the office today, so let's get out there. Let's get going. All right. So we do have some work today. How's the delay? Is it good? Aoi. Looks good on the screen, on the read back. A little bit spot on. Nice, nice, nice. Let's see. It's a little bright in here. The sun's out today. I don't know if you guys noticed. A little bright, but yeah. I looked underneath the car. The transmission pan doesn't seem to have any transmission fluid on it. I think I actually sealed. You know what? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it. I don't trust it. Right on. 5x5. Yep. What's the black gun on top of the left fender? It's a spark plug wrench. FYI, we hear Starbase noises in the background. Yeah, I'll go shut those off. I always have those on. I use it to audio test the headset and make sure that the audio levels are good. Don't need Chris coming in with the Raptor side chat mid-car stream. Gunk. The black gunk on top of the left front fender. Oh, this is it's basically leftover fluids that we were putting in the car that spilled here. Most of it's transmission fluid and a little bit of oil that I rubbed off, and it just basically got stuck in the paint. Oh well. What are we doing today? It's a good question. Spark plugs. That's what we're messing with today. A lot has happened at Pad B since yesterday. Nice. No, looks like a new stain on top under the wrench. Yeah, this is just transmission fluid from yesterday that just seeped into the paint. ATF is a really good detergent, so it's probably just eating at what's left of the paint. Like for the people that like patina and stuff, there's no paint here to save, guys. There's no paint here to save. Clear coating this is not going to, you can't clear coat paint that's chipping the way this is chipping. There's nothing here to save, so don't worry about it. Does she move better than she did without fluid? Well, we did get it primed up yesterday, Tessa, but yeah, it was working for a second, which tells me that we got it good, and then the system primed fully, and we didn't get it all. We need more fluid. It tells me that the system started sucking up stuff. We had pressure, and then we didn't have pressure after that. So we'll have to see. Trying to get you guys a good shot. All right, so we're gonna do the plugs today. I'm gonna gap them and go from there. Let me get the lights and the camera and the action set up. You know what? You guys will be fine right on the corner here. You can see almost all 4 of the plugs there. So yeah, the battery did hold charge, meaning that it is charging. It does still turn. Like, here, I'll show you. I don't want to start it up for too long because I don't want to get the motor hot because then I'll burn my hand. But really? You know what? The battery held charge, okay? Okay, it held charge. Let's get those spark plugs and see if it... I got a wedgie. I only hit the gas 3 times, dude. Maybe the choke linkage came undone. I got to fix that, but all right, let me start. But yeah, what I've been doing basically after streams, I've been looking up how to, there's plenty of rust repair videos on cars like this, and people have repaired cars that are way worse than this one. People have paid, I mean, granted they were Dodge Chargers, but yeah, the choke linkage came undone again. Gonna have to figure out how to fix that.
Go at throttle up.
I think it needs like a tiny cotter pin or something. Hey, Apollo, 28-month resub. It should probably start now. Well, no, it should. Here, ready? There we go. It's crazy because when we got this thing up to temperature, it wasn't misfiring yesterday, but now, let me listen and see if it's back. No, it seems all right. Yeah. Sounds pretty smooth, dudes. Hold on, let me rev it. I'm gonna see if that smoke comes out the back again. Nope, no smoke today. But then again, we gotta get it warmed up, but not right now. But yeah, the battery did hold charge, everything's good. We still gotta, what camera am I on? That one. We still gotta prime that transmission, and we gotta do the plugs. So that's what we're gonna do now. But yeah, tick is not there. Yeah, no tick, no nothing. Came around, dude. I was worried the valve seats were gone because of the way it was smoking, but it may have been residual seafoam in the system. But yeah, she sounds pretty good, dude. She sounds pretty good. I'm not upset. Runs better with the air filter off. I should probably replace that air filter, but I think I have a cool aftermarket one.
So, have you checked the valve clearance? Valve clearance? It's a hydraulic flat tappet. I'm not too incredibly sure what you're referring to. If you're talking about like rocker arm clearance and push rods and stuff, all the push rods can move. They all move on both sides. So on the rust restoration thing, there are people that manage to restore Lancia betas, and those are, yeah, basically piles of junk. Yeah, yep. I don't think the 318 is an interference engine, guys. It doesn't really have, you usually find interference motors with high compression ratios, meaning your combustion chamber is smaller, so there's not enough room, there's really not enough room for the valve to, and the piston to kind of move without touching each other. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this is non-interference. It's running 9-to-1 compression ratio, meaning, so, oh crap, I blanked on compression ratio. Low compression means that there's a bigger combustion chamber, basically. Like, okay, so what's the combustion chamber? That's the piston at the top. When the piston's at top dead center, the volume that's in there, it's that ratio of the volume to the piston at bottom dead center, right? So if you have a higher compression ratio, you got a smaller combustion chamber, you get a bigger explosion, it pushes that piston down. But here's the thing, once you get to a higher compression ratio, I'm pretty sure I got that right. Once you get to a higher compression ratio, you're going to need to use higher octane fuel, because you need to use fuel that's more resistant to detonations, because you just increase the tolerance, you decrease the tolerances on everything. And that's when you generally find like interference motors. Will you do another compression test while having the spark plugs removed anyway to see if cleaning changed something? Well, we want to prove that this motor is nice and healthy. I mean, I'll get the compression tester out. We're there. We might as well. The 318 is an interference engine. It's just not a very close interference engine. Yeah, I mean, dude, you'd know. You would know if a valve was stuck open or stuck closed. You'd know. You'd hear it. That tick sounds like a lifter is not primed. So the hydraulic lifters are basically a piston in a cup, right? And the cup rides on the camshaft, and it pushes the cup up and down. And it fills up with engine oil. There are holes drilled into the side of lifters so they can prime in there. And when the cam pushes it, it hydraulically kind of dampens the shock, and it takes the kind of bumpy, this is going to sound weird. The lifter basically absorbs the cam, so the push rod doesn't ride. It absorbs the movement of the camshaft to make it one nice fluid movement. If the lifters get stuck, the thing gets stuck closed. Right? So the cam will like hit the top of it, and that could screw up a camshaft, right? But it seems to have come unstuck because it primed. We put seafoam in the crankcase yesterday before we changed the other day before we changed the oil. So yeah, we'll the lifter came unstuck. You'd know that tick that we were hearing definitely is not a valve hitting a piston. We know that for sure. I know it was a stuck lifter. It seems to be okay now. I mean, who knows what that did to the camshaft. I mean, maybe someday when we take this motor apart, we could figure that one out, if we ever get to that point. Were you asking what the gap should be? It's a hydraulic flat tappet cam. There's no lash on the valves. The hydraulic will fill the gap for you. How was the BD yesterday? Oh, it was great, Luca. Yeah, Remo had a great time. We had a lovely evening. Have you reconnected the vacuum advance? Oh. Can't see me. Let me put it to you like this. I certainly hope so. Yeah, it's connected. All right, let's get to it. I'm going to shut up. I want to get to work. Like, we're so close to getting this thing dialed in and happy. Like, it's pretty cool, actually. Trying to get you guys a good shot of all four of the spark plugs. The problem is a good shot of all four of the spark plugs is where I need to be. So, all right. Yeah, we'll start with the number one. We got a gap. We got to set the gap on the plugs. I got to go into the manual here. And we do need to finish priming that transmission. I swear, we do more automotive streams. I want to get you guys I'm going to get a camera. where you can actually see what I'm looking at, where you can read this and it's not completely washed out. Head GoPro. I'd prefer to use a Mevo, dude, but okay. Let's go find the ignition system. I believe that's in electrical. It's section 8. I'm starting to remember where the damn sections are. I don't know how to feel about that. There's wire harnesses, electrical specs, window regulator motor. Let's go, ignition system. Here we go. So spark plugs need a gap. If you look on the back of a spark plug here, let me show you. Here, we'll take one of these out. These are the new ones. They're Autolite 66s. If you look, right, you can see that there's the strap and there's your node. So the electrical signal gets sent down the node and it grounds out on the strap. And that's it. There's a little electrical arc that goes between those two, right? The gap is the distance between those. It's the distance between the strap and the node, right? That's really important. That's really, really important. Some motors need to, yeah, you really need to make sure that's set right. Now, with that being said, I have no idea what the ones in there are, and I have no idea if they're gapped. So I got a spark plug gapper. This thing gives you, has a little provision right there to bend the strap, and then around the ring of this coin-shaped thing, you have your distance right here. Notice how that gets thicker as we turn it more. It'll tell you what the thickness is in thousandths of an inch. Yeah, I know. It's not millimeters or microns. I get it. Thousandths of an inch is great. It's a great measurement, great measuring system. If you hear barking, Titan is also outside with Brimo. It's a nice day, so Brimo's working outside. I would say that thousandths of an inch is more precise than millimeters, but whatever. That's going to piss somebody off, so it's all right. Plus, saying thousandths sounds way cooler. Oh, I think it's like 20 thou out. Yep, yeah, it is. Because 3/17 makes perfect sense. What's the matter? You don't know fractions? Micrometer. Space Pope. Outrage, brah. Outrage. All right, so we're in ignition systems here. That's ignition systems for 6 cylinders. Got to go to the next page. Ignition systems, 8 cylinder. Spark plugs, page 56. Let's go all the way over here. All right. Where are we? Spark plugs. Spark plug appearance or conditions can reflect a wide variety of engine conditions as follows. Normal conditions, plug has been running at the correct temperature. Cold fouling, wet fouling, overheating. I'm pretty sure cold fouling is closest to what we have, or maybe wet fouling too. All right. Cleaning and regapping, here it is. Carefully clean the spark plugs with an abrasive cleaner. Use a pin feeler gauge to check spark plug gap. Reset gaps to 35 thousandths of an inch. Cool. Or no, that's 350 thousandths of an inch. Whatever. 35. So if you look on this thing, right, we have thousandths of an inch. It's clocked all the way around. So what you do is you take this and you turn this in here till you get to the right clearance, till this thing basically stops. Huh. These are gapped at 32 thousandths. So we got to open up that gap a little bit. So you take this, put this in the strap, and just move it a little bit. Now, that was a little too much. Push it down just a little bit. That stops right at 35 thousandths. All right, so that one's gapped. That one's good. Sweet. Just put that in there. And we'll put it over here to make sure that's gapped right. 0.9 millimeter. Mark it with a red Sharpie. Oh. This one's gapped at 32. They're all at 32. Hold on, so let me just bend it out a little bit. There, that one's at 35. Just gotta, this is one of those things that you gotta just mess with and take your time. These are close, right? But not getting the strap right is, yeah, you're not gonna get, you could either get a, you could get an ignition, a spark, that's not enough electricity to ignite off all the air fuel mixture, and that's when you get wet fouled plugs, like what we had, so. All right, this one's set to the same. We gotta just bend it out just a little bit. That was a little too far. Push that one in. Cool. That one's good. Good on you for checking. Dude, I don't even know what the ones in there are gapped to. But, yeah. This is a good way to check. All right, this one doesn't need much. They're all at 32 thousandths. That one's good. Okay, we're halfway there. To be fair, the 318 is pretty tall and it'll run fine at 32 thousandths. Dude, I wonder, you know what I'm wondering? Does the Pertronix ignition, if it's multiple spark discharging, it might need a different gap. What do you call this tool? Spark plug gapper. It's a little too much. Good. That's a good point. Might be worth looking it up. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna do that right. Come over here. I'm gonna do that now. Give me 1 second. 3, so Mopar, 318, Pertronix, ignition, spark, plug gap. What is it looking for? Oh boy. Yep. Stock gap is 35 thousandths. With a high energy output, you could gap them at 40 to 45 thou. Remember, the gap increases as they wear. Personal preference. Mm-hmm. 35 plug gap, 35 thou plug gap should do you fine, or 350 thou plug gap should do you fine regardless of brand. This can be increased with coil. Oh yeah, no, yeah, 40,000. Sorry, decimal points. Yeah, decimal points, dude. It's got to be in fractions, or so you know, makes sense to my American mind. So Pertronix is calling for 40 thousandths. The stock ones with the stock points distributor is calling for 35 thou. Split the difference, go for 38. I'm gonna do 40, dude. I'll do 40. We'll do 40 across the board. Okay, that one's set to 40. Just stick with 35? Okay. I gotta close up the strap then. Okay, it's back to 35. Hi, I'm EJ. I like making more work for myself. Oh, okay.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
That one's set to 40. Huh, all right. Just got to go in a little bit more. Kawota, 34-month resub. Thank you. That's right at 35. Cool. He just wants to bend them until they break off. Then I'll have to buy new ones. Oh, yeah. Moon unit enjoyers when you mentioned the Mars Climate Orbiter. Oh, geez, I didn't realize the Mars Climate Orbiter had anything to do with the moon. That one's at 35 already. You know, considering those are two different hunks of rock up in space. That one's at 32, so we just gotta. Yeah, Kubor, it's working. There's a little hole on this thing that you can use to bend the strap. Yeah, that one's a little open up a little too much. There we go. That one's right. Halfway there. Again. That one's right. On the 289 on our friend 68 Mustang, we're running 42 with HEI. Yeah, Rarest. It seems like for HEI or Protronics, you need 40,000s. But, I mean, either way, these need to be opened up. Cool. That one didn't take much to bend it. You just let the piston set the gap. Yeah, just put the gap, just put the gap tolerance, just set it on cruise control, man. It'll self-clearance, it's fine. This has got to close up a little bit. There we go. That's at 35. Last one. Can your car become HLS at some point? You want my car to become a lunar lander? I mean, the Apollo lunar lander is from 69. This car's from 69. I mean, it makes sense. There we go. We're all set. What is the purpose of changing the gap? Surely there's plenty of voltage to cross it. Sometimes you need a bigger arc depending on your compression ratio and a bunch of other things, dude. Too small of a spark, Shaw. Too small of a spark will could prevent. Okay, guys, just double check me here, just make sure I'm right. If the gap is too close, it's not going to make a big enough spark. It's not going to make a big enough spark, so it won't blow up everything in the combustion chamber. It'll be very inefficient, and that opens up the door to fouling plugs. Yeah, the further that gap is, the bigger the arc is. Yeah, like the actual electrical arc that happens. So what this does, what a spark plug does, is it sends an extremely high voltage signal through. See the strap and the node? It sends an extremely high voltage signal through this, and you have to rely on using air as the path of least resistance, right? So it's extremely high voltage, extremely low current. So it's just like a firecracker of a spark, right? So like you're not, like putting your hand on the end of a spark plug isn't going to kill you, but you'll feel it. You have PayPal or something. Go to my Twitch page, Luca, and just scroll down and hit the tips button. You don't need to subscribe. Just twitch.tv/EJ_SA. There's a button down there that says tips. Just click it if you want to. So, yeah, if you look, so how the spark plug works is that you have your grounding node right here, which is basically connected to the strap, right? And then you have the charge node. So spark comes through here, it goes into this, and if you notice, there's a porcelain insulator in here, right? And the porcelain insulator goes through, and it goes all the way to the end. See how there's that white part, right? So the porcelain insulator is going to make sure the electrical signal comes from the spark plug wire right to that little node, and then the node is going to try to find the path of least resistance. In this case, the grounding strap is your path of least resistance, and it's going to spark, it's going to arc basically through the air, like a bolt of lightning. You know, sometimes with electricity, the air is like actually going, you know, lightning going through the air is the path of least resistance. That's what a lightning strike is, right? And yeah, it sends a spark through there. So how long that spark is, how long that lightning bolt is, you know, if it's too short, if the duration isn't good enough, or it's not long enough, like you're not basically getting enough of electricity in there to ignite all your air and fuel. And that leads to plugs being fouled, plugs being covered in crap. You'll see the difference here in a second. Don't send 1.21 gigawatts through a spark plug. There will be no spark plug left. Electricity will basically say, spark plug, I need you for a second. And it will run so much current through it that it won't, you'll basically start melting it and it'll ionize into nothing, like re-entry heating. Seriously. We're going to need a bigger spark plug. It will spark plug delete. Yep. Precise work. You need those in benzene. In benzene engines. My Peugeot 106 doesn't need those. It's a diesel engine. Oh, okay. Yeah, diesel engines don't have spark plugs. Asmalock. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It goes in the diesel engine hole. So what we'll do is I'll get my compression tester out and we'll do another compression test post sea foaming to see if it did anything. So I got to get my Sharpie. Always put it in the same spot. And we will do post sea foam compression test. One, 3, 5, 7, 2, 4, 6, 8. Cool. All right. So if you look at before, we need about 10 bar, or about 150 PSI. That's what the factory manual calls for. These need to be within 20% nominal range of each other, okay? The only real big red flag was coming from cylinder number 2, which was 170 PSI, which is 11 bar. Yeah, that's weird. All these basically need to be within 1 bar of each other. 150 is what the factory, anywhere above 150 is what the factory manual, what the shop manual was calling for. So that one, we suspected there was carbon buildup in that cylinder, and it was making the displacement inside the cylinder smaller, right? And that's what, it was increasing the compression ratio. That may have been what's causing that problem. So as we go around the horde and start replacing plugs, we'll do our compression test and we'll compare and contrast our results. Did you redo cylinder 2? I'm about to, sir. We'll start at number 1. Take the boot off. You know, we already did the ignition wires. There I go dropping one, a spark plug. Here, I'm gonna see if you guys can get a little bit better lighting here. So here, I'm going to show you guys the difference here. Don't drop it. And also, I'd like to get the gapper tool out and measure what these were at. Where did I put it? There it is. So, that's what it's supposed to look like. This one is what it's supposed to look like. That's what I just pulled out. See the difference? If this thing gets if this thing gets a bunch of carbon buildup on it, it won't spark as much because the carbon is in the way. Once again, you need to get at the air. You need to arc through the air. If the carbon is blocking that, oh, that one. What's the gap set to on this? Okay, it's a little more open. This one is at 38 thousandths. It's a little open, but that's not bad. That would have been okay. But as you can see, something else was causing a lot of carbon buildup on this cylinder. That's not really what you want. Now we could clean these. I'm going to hold on to these just in case. We could clean them. Yeah, Autolite 66. We can clean these up. You can clean up the strap. That's probably what I'll do, but if you clean it, like by sanding it, you could screw up the tolerance in between there, the strap in the node. So I'll keep it, but yeah, we'll put the new ones in. I remember when I was a kid, the Chilton manuals, my dad, were black and white except for the spark plug and inspection photos, so you could be sure to see the right potential causes. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Okay, and this one is looking for 30 foot-pounds on the spark plugs. How often should plugs be changed? It really depends, dude. It depends. I just pulled a muscle in my back. Are you kidding me? I pull the muscle in my back getting the damn torque wrench out of the drawer. Let's stretch it out. Okay. All right. Don't get old. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right, I'm good. So I want to make sure we torque this thing down right. So let's set this. What is it looking for? 30 foot-pounds? All right. When we put the new one in, we'll make sure it's torqued. There we go. Oh, damn, that hurts. It sucks, man. It sucks getting old. This is terrible. This is terrible. I mean, it could be old, but I also could not be in shape. That might have something to do with it. All right, so I got the torque wrench out, but we'll do a compression test here. Let me get my compression tester out. That's the vacuum. Oh, reaching up really hurts. Okay, cool. I'm good. I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm fine. I'm fine. All right, so what we should do, the right thing to do would be to undo the fuel and undo the coil so we're not feeding the motor. But the thing about undoing the fuel, oh, balls. The thing about undoing the fuel is we're going to have to give it a place to go because the fuel pump's still going to be pumping, and I don't want to deprime the fuel system. I'll just get a fuel hose and have it feed into the jug. I have extra fuel hose. Man, my back. I'm sorry, guys. All right, cool. I'm good. I'm all right. So here's what we're going to do. I just want to crank the motor over, but I don't want fuel going into the cylinders, right? So we don't flood the engine, because when we do go to start it, it'll be super flooded. We don't want that. So the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of spark entirely while we're doing a compression test by just undoing the coil. This is the coil cable. Just undo that. Now the fuel is over here. See the fuel filter? What I'm going to do is this is downrange, so to speak, of the fuel pump, or downstream, I should say. What I'll do is undo the fuel pump, and I have a diversion line, and we'll take the diversion line and I'll put it into a fuel jug. So any fuel that we do pump will just go into a jug, and it won't go all over the engine bay. Man, my back. That's terrible. All right. Okay. All right, so I got the pump, and when we open that up, it'll screw it up a little bit, but let's just open this up. These old new quote-unquote safety gas cans don't have any vent. That's great. And just make sure I have enough line here for when we're cranking the motor. Yeah, we're good. All right, cool. Now I'm going to undo that, and we'll just put this on the line so we don't flood the motor while we're doing our compression test. It's going to make a little bit of fuel, but the whole point of this is that I don't want to deprime the fuel system. You're going to an extent here, but you don't want to deprime it, because then it won't start. So I'm going to take the hose clamp, right? Take the hose clamp, put the hose clamp on this. And just retighten it. Oh, that hurts. Okay. And now don't get me wrong, there's going to be some residual fuel in the carburetor bowls, but this will be okay. This will work for now. Once again, all this is going to do is just pump right back into the tank. It's going to suck when we go to change the plugs on this side, but it's all right. Cool. All right, that's all good. Now, back to the compression testing. It's a carby, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, of course. This is a 318. It's got a 2-barrel carburetor on it. It's the stock carburetor. I have no idea what the CFM is or the airflow volume is on that thing. The stock one is probably not the best. If anything, this 318 is probably a little bit undercarbed for better fuel efficiency, if I had to guess. Could be wrong, though. All right, so we have our compression tester. We have no spark. Fuel system is bypassed. Oh, let's see what she does. Once again, the magic number is around 10 bar. This cylinder tested at 152 PSI, or 10 bar right on the dot. Close, you know, well, relative. So, give me the screwdriver. Actually, no, I'll just use the key, it's fine. Last boss, take care of yourself. Not saying that, stop the car work for the day. No, 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 no. It's just a pulled muscle, dude. I'll be fine. I'm all right. I'm okay. Don't worry about it. All right, here, ready? Here we go. Hey, not bad. Same result. Cool. That one is, where are we? Yeah, 150 right on the dot. It's the same. So that's good. $10 bar. So that's 10 times atmospheric pressure. Actually, well, 150 would be a little bit above. 10 times atmospheric pressure is 147.7 PSI. But that's fine. We're good. Okay, I'm going to put a new spark plug in, and we'll torque it down to the right spec so we can be absolutely sure that everything in there is having a good time. Having a good time. New plug. I need another light. Okay, now we take the torque wrench, set the torque wrench to 30 foot-pounds. There it is. And okay, sweet, one down. We'll just go down the bank here, dudes. So that's number one. The boot's back on. Off number two. Here, let's, I'm not using the torque wrench to get that plug out, but so we'll use the regular ratchet. The important one is the cylinder that put up 170 PSI. Yeah, of course. But I'm already over here. Tessa, so we might as well get the data while we're here. Okay, let's take a look. How's this one look? Let's check the gap. That one is gapped correctly. Well, it's at 38. All these are at 38, or the first two have been at 38. So I'll, once again, I'll write that down. So the old gap was 0.038, 0.038. Cool. Let's get the compression tester. That one looks cleaner. You see what I'm talking about? That's what it should look like. See the difference? I mean, this isn't bad. It's not bad. It is definitely caked though. It's got a lot of carbon buildup on it. See that? See all that? So definitely worth changing. But not yet. Let's put the compression tester in here. All right, so once again, we did a compression test on this the other day, but I'm doing it again just out of curiosity. I just want to make sure that everything here is kind of okay after we seafoamed the engine. I'm looking for any tangible differences. Now, most of these cylinders came in just fine. Like they all came in at what the factory was allowed when we did it before the seafoam, but one of them didn't. I mean, honestly, the one that didn't is over here. It's the number 2 cylinder. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm just going to go down this bank because we got to do the plugs anyway. So there we go. Cylinder number 3. I'm going to crank it. We'll see what happens. How was the Cheesecake Factory last night? We went to Applebee's. Thank you very much. It's the same, dude. 150 right on the dot. Maybe 151. Like, we want to be super technical reading that gauge. No, that's 150 on the dot. All right. I mean, these other cylinders were reading a little bit. They were all like kind of a little bit above 150. 150 is what the factory wants. That's what the shop manual says. So because these were reading a little bit higher, that could have been gunk that was built up in there. Cool. If we get 150 across the board on all 8 cylinders, I'm going to be pretty happy. This motor will prove that this motor is superbly healthy. Okay, now I'm going to take the new plug and we'll start it off by hand, make sure we catch the thread. Get it finger tight and then get the torque wrench. Make sure we don't gack up our brand new ignition wires. Would prove that hardly any of its factory horses have escaped, which is, I mean, that's pretty cool, Tessa, considering, I mean, this thing has had to have lost some horsepower, right? Like, surely. Hey, you got to tighten it first, moron. You got to set the torque wrench right. Okay, she's at 30 foot-pounds. Okay. Just got to do that 3 more. What we just did there, just got to do it 3 more times. So. Let's get number 5 out. Don't drop the wrench. Don't drop the wrench. We're good. All right, let's see what we got. Let's report the gap of the plug, of the number 5 cylinder plug. Oh. This one's at 34 thou. Okay. Okay. 34 thousandths, huh? Huh. Well, that's weird. 34. I gotta see that again. Hold on. Yeah? Yeah? It's a little bit more. I may have just bent the strap a little bit, but. So I'll put that one in at 34 thou. I mean, guys, the straps do, as you know, because considering the strap has an explosion going off next to it, they do change over time, and if too much heat has gone into it, it's definitely going to change. So just, I mean, keep that in mind. Like, but from what I can tell, it looks like past EJ did gap these plugs. All right, now the compression tester. Okay, let's see what's behind door number 5. Don't fall. Oh, don't fall on me. I'm going to put that over there where it's a little bit on the inside of the valve cover. All right, here we go. Dude, no way. All right. That's 150 on the dot. Maybe 151, 152 maybe. Not bad. Not bad, man. Yeah, that's a little bit over. 151, I'd say. Or no, that's 2, because those hash marks. Those hash marks would be 2.5, so that's definitely 152. All right, cool. It's 152 would be 10.1 bar. Cool. All right, new spark plug. Undo the compression tester. Start it off by hand. Tesla, yeah, these old engines are detuned. I did see what you said. They're not designed to be like super hopped up. They're very finitely or conservatively rated, right? They're detuned, so to speak, so they last. What jets do you have in her and air bleeds? The stock ones, whatever's stock, dude. The marks are 5. Yeah, so 152 would have been better. Sorry, I said 2.5. Sorry, my brain. EJ, do you have a pull bar you can hang to stretch your back? Yes, I do, Dan. Yeah, and an inversion table. Take a couple extra strength Tylenol. What I'm doing is I'm just pushing on with my thumbs on my trapezius, and I popped it back in. We're good. We're good, guys. My back doesn't hurt no more. It was just a pulled muscle, and that's all. It's not the discs. I do have herniated discs in my back, but yeah.
Hi, Chat.
Hey, what's up, Ray?
Do you want pork schnitzel or balsamic chicken?
Pork schnitzel or balsamic chicken for dinner, chat? I don't know. I'm kind of good with either one. We do have leftovers from yesterday, too.
Yeah, but not that much. Schnitzel?
They want the schnitzel. Yes, they want the schnitzel.
We should make it a schnitzel.
Okay, that one.
I didn't touch that.
There are a lot of Germans here. We are documenting all of the statistics from this motor. So likewise, there are a lot of Germans here who very much into that.
Or your chat just really likes getting porked.
She walked away. She walked away, chat. She walked away. Did you get Brimo McFlurry? I did, Vin. I did, actually. Chat told me to. Did you add the turbo encabulator? Yes, of course. Malzeit. Yeah. Okay, so number 5 is good. Let's put number 5 back in its position. And we will start the extraction process of spark plug number 7. Oh, she's a little snug. Okay, there we go. I think Titan wants pork schnitzel too. I can hear him outside. All right, let's take a look at number 7. Let's see what is behind the door, so to speak, chat. Yeah, look. Oh, that's a little bit of debris from when I took it out. Actually, that strap doesn't look too bad. See how you could see the original color at the very end? Yeah, that's definitely a replace job. What's its gap set to? Let's take a look. $38. Looks like 38 thou. Again, 0.038. Cool. Now let's check the compression. Just don't want that in a position where it's going to fall. There's a little bit of a glare. There. It's up against the spring. That ain't going to move. I do want to turn it so you guys are looking at it straight on so you don't get a weird reading. There we go. You guys are looking at that gauge straight, right? Yep. You got to make sure we're straight to the gauge because if it's to the side, it's going to look like a weird reading for you. All right, number 7. Here we go. Contact. Balls. Ah, there we go. I just didn't crank it enough. I was like, no, no, no. I cranked it more and it went to 150. That's 150 again, pretty much on the dot, dudes. It was a little low there, but I didn't crank the motor enough. That's what happened. Okay, so number 7 is basically, that's right on the dot, dude. (150 psi, 10 bar). We have a 2 psi or 0.1 bar deviation between those 4 cylinders. Now let's look at the pre-seafoam test. We had 152, 154, 153, and 150. So it basically ironed this out. We got 2 psi. We have 4 psi difference between these, right? And now we have 2 psi difference. So the seafoam did change something. It kind of evened it out. It averaged it out, which is what we want. You want every one of these to be uniform. The closer all these numbers are together, the better. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. All right. Now, the moment you guys have all been waiting for, after I put that spark plug in. You got to do that. That's kind of important. We're going to get over to the I'm putting the old spark plugs back in their box. We're going to get over to the right bank, which is where we did get some problems. But let's put that in there, make sure we torque it to 30 foot-pounds. Dude, I got it. I got the threads on the first try. Oh, that's such a good feeling. Threads feel good too. All right. Let's get the torque wrench. Okay, that one's good. Number 7, very good. Right, once again, proving the right bank on this motor is very, very healthy and very happy. There we go. Sweet. Put my old plugs on the shelf. You never know when you're going to need them. Just kind of ran out of space there at the end. Kind of ran out of space, but it's fine. It's okay. I'll put those up on my shelf next to my blinker fluid in case we need to use them again. See? Put it right next to that. Got to make sure you have this. You should always have some of this on hand. Okay? I just got to hold this long enough here for it to thumbnail on YouTube or on Twitch. Yeah, it doesn't. We don't care. We don't care how Fred. Yeah. There we go. Just got to hold it for like another 30 seconds. It should thumbnail it. Hey, Peter, what's going on, buddy? Over on the YouTube side. What's up, man? Yeah, hey, 6,000 blinks is pretty good. That's a pretty good blink rating. All right, that should be good enough. If it isn't good enough, you know, I could always try to get it to thumbnail the horn oil. You know, we got to make sure you got horn oil in there. It's good for 10,000 yonks. See? This actually needs it because the horn does not work. Dude, it's low on horn oil, obviously. Come on. That's why the horn doesn't work. The only time the horn really worked is when I put 50 amps through the battery to get it to start. And that tells me that the grounds for the horn are not great. Because if you put a lot of current through and the horn all of a sudden decides to work, and then you go back to the normal amount of electricity that this thing needs, not 50 amps, and it doesn't work, that sounds like a bad ground to me. All right, so I'm going to move that to this side here, our documentation. I'm going to move around, slightly reconfigure my lighting arrangement. This is going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt to do, considering our improvised fuel tap thing, amazing golf ball whacker guy thing is in the way, but no problem. I'll get the rest of the plugs in the compression tester and move it over to the right side. All right, and last but not least, you guys are coming over here. All right, there we go. Cool, let me pull number 2, and we'll see where that takes us. Yeah. Thirty-seven thousandths. Okay. Okay, now the compression test. See what this bad boy does. Come on, 150. 150. Could be even 154, that's fine. Trying to, you know what? In between the heater hoses is fine. Okay, here we go. Let me just make sure this is all purged out. Okay. Oh, here it comes. Hopefully it's not a lot. All right, here we go. Okay. What does that say? It's the same. Huh. Crap. Yeah, it's the same. I mean, yeah, so 155, 160, 165, 170. It went down a little bit. It went down a little bit. It's not 170. It's like 167. Oh man, what is in that cylinder, dude? That's 9 point, or no. That's 11 bar. Yeah, it went down. So the seafoam did something, but yeah, that's not generally the result I was hoping for, but it did go down, which tells me we pour some ATF down there and leave it overnight. ATF and acetone break up all the carbon off that. We need to, something is in there that's making that compression ratio higher. And the reason why that's bothering me in the first place, guys, like the reason why that even makes a difference is because if you have a higher compression ratio, if you're getting higher compression inside one cylinder over all the others, that inadvertently has a higher compression ratio. And a higher compression ratio, when you're not really fueled for it and everything, can lead to detonation. That can lead to rod knock, and misfires and all kinds of fun stuff of that nature. It can lead to visiting Rodney. But once again, we're looking for about a 20 psi difference here, and we are still well within that. You know, 167 is still well within that tolerance. So it's actually more in that tolerance than it was before. So that's good. Okay, that's torqued. Okay, put that boot, spark plug boot, back on there. Let's see what's behind door number 2. Also, something else I want to do, guys, is retorque the valve cover heads now that I have the right torque spec for them. The right torque wrench for it. Yeah, it looks like we have a little bit of a leak. It's just a little bit. It's just weeping out of the bottom bolt a little bit. If we torque it to the right spec, I guarantee you it'll stop. Come on. All right, so this is cylinder number 2. I'm kind of happy we did the plugs after we seafoamed it, because you only can imagine what these new plugs would have to deal with. Oil. That's probably the oil's on the outside of this. It's probably from leaking. But yeah, we got a little bit of a leak. It's not at the spark plug though. All right, let's take a look. $37 thou, right? You guys double check me. Yeah, 37 on the dot. So once again, yeah, these plugs weren't too bad. They were okay. They're just tired. We probably could have gotten away with cleaning them if you wanted to save some cash. All right, let's get the compression tester for number 4. I'm gonna go read what you guys are saying over here. Might want to get a cheap little bore scope. Yeah. Yep. I thought it was 4 that was high the other day. Sips, I wrote it down. It was number 2. Number 2 pulled 170 psi, and now it's pulling 167. So, yeah, that could be that cylinder was open. If the motor hadn't ran for a little while, maybe some rust built up in there. Something is increasing the compression ratio. But if it was rust or carbon or whatever, because, yeah, I mean, guys, you got to remember, we never, per our findings with the ignition system, I want to say we're 180 out, but it wasn't 180 out. It was even worse. The ignition wires were never hooked up right, and that's on me. When I bought the car, I should have checked, but I didn't really know better at the time. So, once again, yeah, that cylinder, for all we know, could have been misfiring the entire time I was driving the car around for 2 years. And that's why, it's good to have all these videos and stuff. Here, I'm going to turn this so it's straight on for you guys. There we go. All right, so this is cylinder number 4. Let's see what she gets. It's still at about a 10-to-1 compression ratio. That's lightly tuned in a 318, no danger of knock or anything. These things, see, Tessa, that's where I'm getting confused. These numbers, I'm kind of second guessing myself. This motor, I don't know if it's been punched out or something, or like remand or whatever. Like something. I want to recheck the casting code on this thing. Is it the original motor? Did somebody do something to this? Because this thing is absurdly healthy for 100,000 miles. Like, yep. That one's a little high, but number 4. What is it reading, dudes? 155. Yeah. Higher? Let's take a look. What was this cylinder reading previously? Number 4 was reading 150 on the dot. Oh yeah. That's 157. What the heck happened here? How many bar are we at? 10.7 bar. Interesting. We saw an increase in cylinder pressure there. How is that possible? I don't know what Seafoam would have done with that, but yeah, that's definitely weird. But all right, well, whatever. Okay, let's put the new spark plug in. Once again, look at the difference. This is the one I took out. This is a brand new one. It should look more like this, less like that. So once again, because we didn't get our ignition time, the ignition timing was so screwed on this thing before we looked at it, before we started this series. For all we know, this could have just been spraying air and fuel in there and just, but then again, if it was spraying air and fuel in there, it'd be nice and clean. We were getting something was going on in there, but I mean, once again, that one, you could still see some coloration on the strap. It ain't too bad. It's not great. It's not terrible. I just don't understand how we increased the pressure in there. we go. Get the torque wrench out. There we go. That thread got a little weird at the end there. It felt a little tight at the end, but that just could be carbon built up on the threads because who knows? I didn't torque these ones, so who knows how far that plug was in or out of there. In fact, I'm willing to bet that also probably has something to do with maybe some misfiring or whatever, not torquing these right. Okay, put the boot back on number 6, or number 4, and we'll move to number 6. These heater hoses are dangerous and obstructive, but I do like Fig Newtons. All right, number 6, here we go. Wires off. That one was barely torqued. Oh, geez. It was basically loose. Yeah, past me. We're learning though. Yeah, once again, this one's got oil on it because the valve cover is leaking, because those probably aren't torqued correctly either. Yeah. That's not really good. It's not really. $39 thousandths. I'll write that down. I'm learning. I'm guessing it was rebuilt. Somebody mentioned maybe they decked the heads. Who knows? It's supposed to have 9.2 compression ratio from the factory. 9.2 is okay. I mean, once again, that's what I mean about detuning. These heads have a gigantic freaking combustion chamber in them. That's really good for boost, by the way, but it's really not good if you don't have a turbo. Oh yeah, wait. Compression test. Got to do that one, X-Lax. And guys, I'm almost wondering, we did see some white smoke yesterday. I'm almost wondering if oil, because these spark plugs weren't tight, I'm almost wondering if oil leaking out the valve cover was getting in there, was seeping into the combustion chambers because the spark plugs weren't tight. That, you know what? That's a very distinct possibility. Because if the oil, when the oil warms up, right, when it warms up, it's going to get thinner, right? Oil gets thinner when it's warm, and it may have seeped in there. So maybe when we torque these things down, we won't worry about it. Well, now won't worry about it. Maybe it won't. Maybe we'll get it. Maybe it'll stop happening. Once again, I'm going to try to get you guys a. I want you guys to be straight on for this so you can read the gauge correctly. It's pretty close. All right, here we go. Cranking number 6. Did you get the compression figured out, or are you still working on it? Tim, the compression is okay. The factory manual calls for about a 20% deviation, and we're within, the lowest piston was 150 on the dot. The highest one was 167 PSI. That, if I'm doing my math left, that should be good enough. We're okay. I'm just wondering at this point, I'm wondering why some cylinders are making more compression than others. Well, once again, the only real culprit there would be, unless there's FOD inside of the engine, in which case we would hear that. You'd absolutely hear it. Or it's just carbon buildup because the engine's old and hasn't been used in a little while. I'm doing this compression test to see what the seafoam did, essentially. We're replacing the plugs. Might as well do it, right? Like, it would make blue smoke. Yeah, that's right. All right, cranking. Uh, 148. Or is it 145? This is why I want this thing like right on the dot so you guys can see it. Oh, that's bad. That's low. Why did that go down, man? Yeah, we may have blown out a little too much. 145 is not good. I mean, well, it's not good. It's just, yeah. I mean, I really want these numbers to be uniform, and I was really hoping the seafoam would make it uniform, but we have a huge deviation of numbers on the right bank, which I was kind of hoping for better, but physics is physics. How many bar is that? 9.7, I'd say, 9.8. Who owes? What's up, man? How you doing? Is the head torqued to spec? Was it put on right? Tessa, I don't even know if I don't know if the heads have been off this engine. The only way to prove that would be to take it off. But here's the thing, guys. You don't make 145 compression with a blown head gasket. That's not how that works at all. Like if we had a blown head gasket, so first of all, the radiator hose would be very unhappy at this point. Second of all, yeah, we would not be making this amount of pressure in the cylinders if we had bad rings or a bad head gasket. Like not even close. Okay, let me, there we go. Let's take this guy, put this guy in number 6. I'm reading chat, not gonna lie. Let me torque this thing down, put the boot on, and then I'll go see what you guys are up to. Uwo's Lab is in chat, guys. He's another science and tech streamer. Mad scientist. There we go. 30 foot-pounds right there. Everything is in the proper torque spec. Okay. Let me put the boot back on.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space. Not super good at cars, though. Yeah, neither am I. Could be a weak valve spring. Yeah, Wisp, yeah, exactly. All signs are kind of pointing to the valve train being not happy on this motor, but it's not too bad. Did you check your gap on number 6? Yes. No. No, I did not. Number 6 is right here. Or no, number 6 is, I put it down. Let me check. $36 thou. Cool. Thank you. I just like to collect the data. We're here. We might as well, right? Might as well collect it. Hope the project's going well. Well, we'll find out in a little bit when we fire this thing up. Motor was definitely built for fuel economy. Yeah, yep. I'm guessing it was rebuilt at some point. Yeah. 100% would do that. This issue in your wife's car. Yep, yep. Retry the test. At least it's not leaking. Honestly, with how well it's running with the correct firing order and timing set, I really wouldn't worry too much. Yeah, guys, like that's the important thing. This stuff is not, all this is telling me is that the motor is just a little teeny weeny bit tired. Yeah, it's just a little bit tired, or there's just carbon built up in there. We might need to, might seafoam it again, but I don't want to seafoam it with the plugs, with the new plugs, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Either way, so, like I said, the signs are pointing towards a bad valve train. Something with the valves is not happy. If I had to put my guess on it, it'd probably be valve seats in the seals. So the valve obviously has an O-ring going around it because the valve needs to move down into the combustion chamber, right? And you don't want oil leaking down into your intake plenum or your exhaust manifold, right? So there's a seal around the valves. If oil is leaking in there through the valve seals and the valve seats, yeah, we're gonna have to take the, well, you don't have to take the heads off per se, but we'd have to redo the valve seats. You can do that with the motor in the car, as long as you have an air compressor. You can do that with the motor in the car, no problem. Or we could take the head off and see what's cooking under there. You know, we're not going to rebuild the heads, guys. Like, once again, I'm not seeing any red flags here. We are seeing some deviations in compression between cylinders, but they're all within nominal tolerances. The tolerance is recommended from the factory. Everything is within tolerance. So that, all that tells me is that this motor's just a little bit tired, a little bit on the tired side, not really worth rebuilding, or not worth, that's not the right way to say it. You don't need to rebuild it right now. If that valve problem, if the valve train problem keeps happening, then we might. But right now, no, it's not too bad. I would do a head job, extra peace of mind. I mean, we can take it. Like I said, if we, with the motor in the car, or the head's still on the, if the heads are still on the car, if you have an air compressor, we can do valve seats. I know, I've seen someone do it in real life. I've never done it like physically myself, by myself. I would need your help with that thing, with that part, dudes. Not gonna lie to you, definitely would need your help. But yeah, we can, I don't see like any, I don't want to say that out loud. I don't see anything like weird, like what would screw that up? We'd need a spring compressor, right? The spring compressor is probably easier to have when you have the spring compression tool, like so taking the head off, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, ARJ, it's not necessary right now. It really, really is not. It's not necessary. We don't need to do it. All these numbers are showing that this motor is worn a little bit, but it's all right. Once again, that would be for another time. We're definitely not doing that now. We have way more stuff to fix. Remember, the goal is yard driving. Now, I'll be a little bit honest with you. For one, I got to change the camera. Yard driving turned into a full tune-up for the engine, but that's cool. You know, like, I was just trying to get the engine running good enough, right? But then I was like, you know, let's see how healthy this engine is. Let's see if it's good. See if the motor's good. Why not? Like, we're here. It's cool content. Might as well. Like, I don't think I would have done all this if I was just doing this like at home. Well, not at home, but you get the idea. Stalling on cutting up the car to replace the sheet metal. That's more because I'm still learning how to do it, Hellfish. Yeah. Yeah. But this is still cool. It's still cool and it's still fun, you know? Mazel, that's right. Get a fan or something for that sweat. Nah, I'm fat. It's better to sweat it out, dude. All right, let's finish up number 8 here. And then we will move to priming, doing the transmission stuff. Oh, also I want to retorque the valve covers because they definitely are leaking. They are definitely leaking. I don't really want to leak out that brand new oil that I just put in there. Try to get my melon out of the way. Just gonna put that thing on your melon, okay? Just trim. Don't buzz me, all right? What do we got? A little bit of mouse nest on the threads, but that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, she's gunked up for sure. All right, let me check the let me get the gapper and check the gap. $38. $38. Yeah, I'd say 38. Cool. Okay, so all the spark plug gaps were pretty damn close. So we can rule that out as being a thing with misfiring. Like, that's definitely not what's going on here. Okay, so make sure you follow step 4 where you drop the wrench on the ground. That's a very important and critical step to doing this test. It's a rite of passage. You got to. It might as well be a step. So I'm putting the compression tester in. Okay, the gauge isn't straight on to you guys, but I'll turn it in a second. All right, let's see what number 8's doing. Who wants to bet that the 170 cylinder is the one that's missing? Yeah, maybe. Would you help us understand how to read the gap measure? That looked between 30. It's the end of the plug, Nick Tide. The side of the strap. Yeah, it's from the right side of the strap. At least that's what I was doing. That's what I was taught. I mean, frick all knows if that's right at that point. At this point. $155. Yeah, 155 on that one. Okay. What happened to the right bank of this damn car? $10.5 bar. Okay. The right bank is so angy. It's so angy, dudes. It's leaking down? What? Oh, shit. Oh, let me make sure that that's all tight. Oh, no. right. Oh, excuse my language. That sucks. Hey, hang on. I'm going to crank it again, just to be sure. Let's watch it. I did give the compression tester line another twist. It wasn't, yeah, I gave it a little bit of a twist. It looks okay. Leaking down would be the check valve in the gauge. Yeah, okay, she's good. That's fine. All right, cool. False alarm. False alarm, we're good. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, dude, I was like, oh no. I thought we found one with the, you know, the leaky combustion chamber. All right, I'm putting the compression tester away. We don't need this anymore. It is not required. It is not required of us. I will put the tool back where it belongs. Okay, now we'll put number 8 in. You know, I leaned over here for a second and I was like, oh man, I'm smelling gas from this thing, but you know, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that it's probably coming from that. I was like, how are we getting gas in the engine? Your head's next to a gas can, idiot. Oh, really? When did they start doing this? Okay. Let me get the torque wrench. Still set to 30, right? Okay. I didn't get this one all the way finger tight. That's why it's taking a second. There we go. All right. Sweet. Okay. We don't need the foot-pounds torque wrench anymore, so I'm unloading that. I always like to reset value on these before I put them away. So engine rebuild in June, wink, wink. You're not here in June. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, fool? You just inviting yourself over to my house? You're that kind of friend? Just, oh yeah, hey, I'm coming over. What? I mean, you probably could get away with it, but because I like you, but only so much. Okay, so here's the results. final results. Final results is that the right bank is absurdly happy. Or the driver's side bank is really happy. So that's those cylinders over there. The 4 on the driver's side are really, really happy. These ones, yeah, something weird happened on this side of the engine. May have been me driving it around with a bad firing order. Could have broken something. Could be carbon. Could be a cylinder that had an open valve when the engine was stopped, right? And when the car was parked for a little while. There's a lot of what ifs going on here. But yeah, I mean, the lifter tick was also coming from this area right here. The lifter tick, I'd say, would be coming from number 6. So we very, very well might have a stuck valve over there, or a sticky lifter. Keep driving it, it'll come around eventually, or it'll break it and it won't work anymore. In which case we'll fix it. But yeah, I'm definitely thinking now after seafoaming it that number 6 is not happy. Gaps on the plugs were fine. Plugs were just gunked up. Now that was the test pre-seafoam. Pre-seafoam, number 6 pulled 150, which is weird. Yeah. 8 did exactly the same. 6 went down. What did 4 do? 4 went up, question. Number 2 went down, and basically all these evened out. More or less the same. We'll chalk that up to the gauge not being dialed in. Very interesting. Very interesting there that seafoam actually helped us, in our findings, basically reveal where this engine could be having problems. Huh. Well, some cool science done there. That's pretty neat. All right. Now, let me hook up the fuel line and I'll hook up the fuel line again and we'll hook up spark and we'll see what this thing does. Head gasket? I don't know, man. McGillicuddy, all signs are pointing towards valve train. If there is a problem, but even then, it's a minor thing with the valve train. It might, once again, if this was just a car, I would say just drive it. The motor will eventually need to be rebuilt, but just drive it. And I mean, considering this motor, this 318 for right now is only going to be used for driving the car around my yard, I'm not too worried about it. Everything here is basically within tolerance from the factory. Like everything is basically on spec for a motor that has 100,000 miles on it. Just putting my tools away for the, before we move to the next job. So yeah, the next thing we got to do is torque the rocker covers. I got to figure out where that torque reading is. That's what I want to do. I want to try to see if we can prevent leaks as much as possible.
You can have the fact of the day. My eyes are glazing over.
Did you learn something? No? Yes?
NASA is like, that is not an easy thing to read.
No. No, it's not.
It's incredibly dry
Yep.
and incredibly it's just very NASA. Generate a mathematical equation for the different options that you have to determine which one will be the most cost effective.
My job is translating that thing, right?
I know.
Yeah. Crazy, right? I gave Bree NASA's systems engineering handbook because Bree was interested in systems engineering. And it looks like she OD'd on spaceflight talk.
It was too much. Literally, Chad, you just put it back in your office? I don't know, I just was like, this is, I don't know what I expected from NASA, but this was...
It's got to be right. It's got to be perfect. Wonder why NASA takes so friggin' long. There you go.
That book is a war crime.
She asked, okay? She asked. She was like, can I read that? I'm like, Yeah, if you want. Sure, go ahead.
Hi, chat.
Titan's over there. You can see him over there.
I can't give it to you if you do not give it to me.
Titan always has the ball. He always has his favorite chewy ball in his mouth, and he wants to play fetch, but he doesn't understand that he needs to give you the ball to play fetch. Perfectionism is a blessing and a curse. Yep. Wisp, I'm a systems engineer for software. Take that NASA book and put it on the shelf. That much rigor will make your software 10 years late. Yep. Nice garage, EJ. Is it at your house? Yeah, Alexander, this is at my house. This is my shop. This is a barn that's behind my house. My house is that way. Over there. I have that damn systems engineering handbook in my library and I wish to burn it. Element, I use that book for translating NASA speak. Is that weird? Think of it like a thesaurus for NASA speak. That's what I do from the outside looking in. That's what I use it for. I use it to translate what the heck they're talking about. And I use it for... Element, the funny thing is that NASA doesn't even follow that. If you put the Artemis program up against the rule set for that book, the Artemis program breaks so many freaking of NASA's own. We should be back, but there might be a little bit of buzzing. I forgot to charge the base station. The Artemis program breaks so many rules in that stupid systems engineering book, it'll drive you up the wall. Like, when I first started reading about Artemis and the SLS program, I was like, oh, I'll just reference the systems engineering. They're doing the opposite of that. Next page. They're doing the opposite of that. Next page. No, they're doing the opposite of that too. Anyway, yeah, there's going to be a slight hum because of the grounding strap. Hang on, I might have a solution. What is this? What does this work on? Is it USB-C? Hang on, we might lose audio for a second. It is. Oh, that was bad. Sorry. If that blew anybody's ears out, that was totally my fault. Okay, I got another solution. There. It's on a battery pack. Should be good now. $17 or $18 on the torque. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was doing. Anyway, yeah, so the Artemis program breaks so many rules in that whole systems engineering book. It's ridiculous, dude. Like, ridiculous. 5x5, excellent. All right, let me here we go. This is cylinder head removal. Install push rods, rocker arm shaft assembly with the notch on either end of the rocker shaft. Steel retainers, number 2 and number 4 positions, tighten to 30 foot-pounds. Inspect push rods. Okay. Code intake manifold, position intake manifold to install. G'day, EJ. 40 inch-pounds. Yeah? There's instructions on how to do the valves, do the valve train here in this. Yeah, let's see. I'm just looking for... valve covers. Install cylinder head cover and tighten to 40 inch-pounds. Thanks, Paul. 40 inch-pounds. Let's do it. Let me get my brand new little Babby torque wrench. Wait, this is 50 to 250. This is 50 to 250. Whatever. 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 We'll just turn it to the lowest setting it possibly could be at. Whatever. Let me, you know what? Let me zero it on 50. So that's 50. Dial it back out. Back to 0. Oh, nice. It can go to 40. Yeah, it's just backed out. I backed it out below the lowest mark. Anyway, yeah, let's do that. This should be good enough. That should be fine. Yeah, this should be good. Let me just torque down these valve covers. Let's make sure we do this in sequence. Oh, no, that's not. Does 1/2 inch not work? $7/16. Oh yeah, that's right, Chad. Yeah, I was like, it's half. No, and Chad was like, no, it's not. It's 7/16. Forgot about that. 7/16 is basically 10 mil. It's pretty close. 9 or 10 millimeter. I need a 7/16 socket that is tiny. Where are you? That's 3/8. There we go. 7/16. We have no extension here, but so I backed it out. So if we turn this all the way up, we zero it on 50, and then we give it one full revolution out, back to 0, and lock it in. That's 40. So I'm going to start with this one. I'm going to need an extension. I don't think I have a 1/4 inch extension here, so let me think.
Discovery, go at throttle
Or I
up.
could just drop it. I could just drop what I was trying to get. You know, that works too. That's 1/2 to 3/8. That's 1/2 to 3/8. I don't have 1/4 inch deep, I don't think. Who was that subbing in there? Thank you. Phone Sister, what's up, man? I think I may know more about cars than what I give myself credit for. Am I looking at a distributor back there? If yes, what is a distributor cap? A distributor cap basically is part of the distributor mechanism that tells the spark plugs when to fire. You know what? I'll just try to see if we can fit this in at a different angle. I really need an extension here, but I don't think I have a 1/4 inch extension unless it's, I might have one in the truck. Actually, I do have one in the truck. I know I've one in the 97. I'll be right back. Just got to get it. You guys can come with on audio. So this is me opening up my crappy tailgate that I found in a junkyard for this truck. And then I have a toolbox. This is me opening up the tonneau cover. Toolbox I keep at the very back of the bed because I don't know, weird. Okay, this is the toolbox that I bought during Route 154, and I have a toolkit in it. Still full of parts, believe it or not, from the Route 154 stream. It's been sorted though, I assure you. This has 1/4 inch extensions in this toolbox. I think this one has 1/4 inch extensions. Yeah, I bought this in Long Beach, California, this toolkit. I always forget that I have it, but 1/4 inch extension. Tigris, this has a Protronics distributor in it. Cool. That should give me what I'm looking for. Yeah, these were way out. Okay, that one's good. You can barely hear the click on this dang thing. It's very aggravating. Okay. Okay. One more at the back. Okay. That should be good enough. Well, not should be, it is. But, I mean, we don't know for sure if this is 40, but it's close enough. Let me just grab the other side where there's a lot less stuff. The distributor cap is what the distributor starts wearing, when it starts balding. Yeah, I only finger tight, like, well, just cinched these dudes because I was worried. But, yeah. Okay. Okay, last one. Like you can hear the click on this, but it's not like another torque wrench. It doesn't make a very satisfying ping. It's just okay. All right, cool. Put the breather back on. Okay, that's all torqued down. We're good. I'm gonna reset the torque wrench. Bottom it out completely. There we go. Put it back in its box. I'm gonna put my other toolbox back in the truck. Put all the sockets away. You know, some people are like, oh, some people could be saying like, oh, just put it away when you're done. No, put it away as you go. I don't trust myself to do that later. Put the tonneau cover back on. And this is me putting my crappy tailgate back up. And it didn't close. Now it did. The dog's out here. I've also been meaning to bring in some screwdrivers from that toolbox in here and put them in my screwdriver drawer. That's right, they go in the screwdriver drawer. Cool. Yeah, I know, Sneaky, it's true. All right. Well, I took my motorcycle battery to be tested last night. While it was charging to a usable state, it only had 25% capacity life left. Happy it was just the batteries. Fixing the charging system on a bike would have involved removing the motor. Yeah, Yep. Okay, let's hook the fuel back up, and yeah, let's go from there. I'm gonna hook the fuel line back up, and now we should be into prepping the transmission. We got to finish priming that thing. I only spilled a little bit. I want to make sure we empty everything out of that hose. Going into the gas can. Everything's out. It has been pneumatically evacuated. All right, now let's hook this all back up. That's going the wrong way. I like all the hose clamps to go in the right direction. So what I'm doing, I'll just zoom in on that for you guys. What I'm doing is I'm hooking the fuel line back up with the fuel filter. So this is the filter here. You can see, I like the clear ones because you can see if there's fuel in them. So you know you're getting fuel at certain spots in the line. Think of it like a sight glass almost. So then take that, hook that back into position. Okay, that's all tight. Sweet. All right, now what we got to do is we got to put the coil plug back in, coil plugs back on, and I didn't put the number 8 boot back on. Number 8 boot is on. I'm just gonna get a rag and clean up all the oil on the valve covers too while I'm here. That way, if we see the valve covers wet again, we know what happened. There's nothing left in that. What about you? Anything left in here? Okay. Get my amazing spark plug gapper tool. Put that's in the top drawer on my toolbox. All right. I love EJ's Elmo voice whenever Titan comes around. The poppers. Here's the poppers. Those are good poppers. All right. Oh yeah, I should probably get the gas tank off the side of this. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Cool. All right. I just made you choke on your applesauce. Sorry. The clear ones also allow you to see if there's any debris in the system. That's right. Hey Jay, do you know if anybody's making, what's that, Mercs? Do you find if anybody's making replacement doors for a 59 F100? No. I've been asked by someone that works for the smallest cog in the UK. Doors, no. No. Oh, maybe. Hold up. Hold on. I got to see if they still make them. Balls. They don't make doors. They make everything else, though. Here. Try EMS Auto. EMS Automotive makes, for 3rd gen F100s, if you need patches, EMS is A, out of Detroit, which is super cool. B, watch their YouTube videos. You want to see how good their repops are. Yeah, Hammond shop. Yeah. As far as doors, find a donor, Merkers. I'd tell smallest cog to look around Arizona, New Mexico. Dude, when I was driving down 66 with that 97 over there, dude, I saw 57, 58, 59 F100s all over the road, like parked on the side of the road, like in junkyards, whatever. There's tons of them out there. They made a ton of those trucks. They made a lot. Yeah, not many in the UK. That's right. Yeah, you're going to have to go junkyard salvaging for that. EMS does make more repop panels than anybody else, though. They have the most amount of stuff. They have cab mounts, front door posts. Like, they have all the cab patching stuff where they have all the patching stuff that's there for, like, where those types of trucks rust. Now, thing about those trucks, you can reskin those doors. That's another thing to consider. Reskin the door. The inner structure of the door is super strong. It's the skin. The skin gets bad, like on a Mini, actually. Minis do that too. That's cool, Paul. How bad are the doors? Yeah, you can reskin those doors. You can absolutely reskin those doors. I would just bring the 59 up here, but it's down there and it's covered up. I have a really, really, really heavy duty cover on that thing because I do not want it messed up while we're doing work on the Coronet. Anyway, all right, dudes, let's, I'm gonna move this camera back to 3/4. Yeah, Mercs, as far as I know, I don't think anybody makes doors. The other place that you could check is LMC Truck, Long Motor Corporation Truck.com. So LMCtruck.com. Actually, I have one of their manuals here. Hold on, I can check. I found all the manuals. Let me see. Yeah, this needs to come down. All right, so, okay. 57 to 60 door components. So they sell the rubber, they sell the hinge access panels, all the mechanisms, the striker, the handle, all the gaskets for the door. They sell the window tracks. They sell the glass. Metal is up at the front of this thing. Hold on. Yeah. No. They sell pans, cab corners, cab mounts, and fender half cuts, as far as I can tell. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, try them or try EMS Auto. If not, go to the desert. That's where I'd go. I would go to the desert if I needed repop doors. That's where I'd end up. All right. Mercs, the other thing is that Smallest Cog has the capability of reskinning those doors. I've seen their metal work. Those guys can do that. They're way better at that than I am. I lost the key to my car my workplace gave you for travel. Whoops. I went to the desert on a horse with no name. Yeah, but it felt good to get out of the rain. We're not throwing an America reference past me, buddy. I am America. I am the Senate. Sorry. All right. Now we got to figure out transmission stuff here. But let's see how she runs, dudes, right? I mean, in order to do the transmission stuff, we got to test it. We got to get it up to temp anyway, so. Your horse broke down? Yeah, that happens. All right, let's see what happens here. Yeah, 53 to 56, they make plenty of parts for. You can build a new truck of those, but the third gen, that's the second gens. The third gens, you really can't. All right, let's give this a couple of good pumps. See what happens. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, it's missing. She's missing. I heard it. Can I hook all the plugs back up? Yep. I don't know, dudes. How old is the distributor? What's up, Rares? I have no idea. It's a Protronics, though. It's got a Protronics. I'm not sure about the coil. That's still an unknown. The distributor is good, and we know it's timed. See it shaking? You know what, dudes? I'm almost wondering if we have a vacuum leak. It is definitely sputtering. See it shaking? It shouldn't be doing that. It should be smooth. I've done that already, Hellfish. How old is the fuel? It's new. PCV is clear. We already checked. Already checked that. Dude, this entire week we've gone through a good amount. We've gone through everything on this motor that we can without taking the heads off. I had the valve covers off, all the push rods moved, rockers are fine, everything was tight in there. I'm starting to think we might have a stuck lifter, but then again, all the push rods seemed okay. All the push rods, you were able to move them. You were able to spin them. When was that car blast rebuilt? 2023, but it's been sitting. Ethanol may have gotten the carb, guys. Hang on. Let me adjust the fast idle a little bit. I'm gonna get a screwdriver. I think the fast idle is just a little bit too high. Huh. Huh. Yeah, I can't see me. Yeah, you gotta. I don't know. Now that I adjusted that fast idle, dude, I don't think so. It looks fine now. She's running smooth. I mean, I could double check it, but there's nothing in there. Here, it's a good way to test it. If the engine revs up, you know something's wrong. Nope. Nope, carb sealed. We got good vacuum. Yep, she good. Dude, it's running okay now. Yeah, it's just the fast idle was cranked a little too high. It's probably because I was trying to use it to fix something else when we were diagnosing another problem. That's fine, dude. Yeah, that's great. This is good. I was starting to bum myself out there for a second because I was like, no, come on, man. We just had this working. That's the noise, dude. That's what you want. And you want this to be nice and smooth. Like, you don't want this thing jerking around at all. It's huh. Get the bottle of water. The water should it should look like Jurassic Park. It shouldn't be moving that much. Yeah, see, it should just jiggle around just a little bit. But you don't want it sloshing. If it was sloshing around, we'd have a problem, but that's totally fine. Mechanically, we're good. There's a bee in here. Get the hell away from me, bee. Yeah. Yeah, just needed to mess with the carb a little bit. Let it come to temp. Let it come to temp, then check cylinder temperatures to compare with compression readings. All right. Sounds right, dude. That's the noise you want. You don't want it to be like yes, that's the noise it makes. We just heard it a second ago. All right, let's see. What's the thermostat reading? Thermostat is reading 100 on the dot, 100 Fahrenheit, which is like, what is that, 40 or 50 C or something? Number one at the exhaust manifold is reading 325. Number three. Hold on. Well, you know what? Let me put it on the plugs. That'll probably get us a good reading. At the base of the number one spark plug, I'm seeing 200. Base of the number two spark plug. Yeah, no, I don't think that's a consistent reading. We replaced the plugs and did another compression test. Get closer to what you're measuring. Yeah, all right, I'll just measure it at the exhaust manifold. .400. See, because you have a conjoined manifold here, it's never going to give you the exact right readings. These always read 265. What's the back reading? 374 on number 7. All right, let's see if this side is similar. It should be the same. So this is the exhaust manifold on number 2. $200. Okay. Exhaust manifold on this side on number 6. So like the plenum where they're both together, that's reading 400. That's good. And what's the back? What's number 8? 200. We got a 100-degree difference between the left and the right bank at the exhaust manifold. That's not ideal, but that's what it was before. That is how it was. Darn salt on our roads, could never had a car like this. Wait until you see what body work I need to do to this thing. This car has been in New England its entire life. Daily, it looks good from afar. Wait till after we're done here. It's needs work. The compression readings on two of the 200-degree cylinders. So I got a 200 reading on number 2 and number 8, 167 and 155. See, Hellfish, that was the biggest indicator of why I thought we might have a partially blown head gasket. Did you run the transmission through D1, D2 park reverse? Willie, I haven't done that yet. Have to take into consideration of air restriction. Yeah. So the more I'm reading about this, the more we're gonna have to ship a Theseus the entire bottom of the car. From about here back, the only thing that's really good on this is the back seat pan. And maybe the rear footwells. Frame rails are good up until the very back of the car. It needs a trunk pan, trunk extensions, wheelhouse, outer wheelhouses on both sides. That's a big job. We're gonna need inner and outer rockers here. We're gonna need a new torsion bar cross member up front. New floors, a new floorboard, and yeah, that's about it. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, especially that torsion bar cross member. I'm still figuring out a way to try and get that done. I use metal shelving for floorboards, nice. Did you find the transmission leak? The transmission is not leaking. There was just no transmission fluid in it. If I had to guess where it was leaking, it was probably out of the gasket. And we replaced the gasket, and it hasn't leaked overnight, Willie, so pretty sure that's fine. Let me see if the thermostat opened. Hold on. Yep, we got pressure. This hose is probably on its last legs. It really shouldn't be doing that. It's definitely pressurized though. All right. Maybe Storm. So here's what I would really want to do. Torsion bar cross member is a major structural component of the unibody. It's holding the front suspension together, and it holds the front to the, on the bottom level, it holds the front of the car to the back of the car. That and the torque boxes. Fortunately, the torque boxes do look good. Measure it now? Yep. How was dinner? It was great, Brandon. We had a great evening. It's a 2-barrel carb. Yeah, so long story short, what I want is a jig. I want to make a jig or make something that I can use to meter off of the floor, because the floor is level. The floor is perfectly level. I've measured. So we might not need a frame jig, might just need to weld stuff in certain places, Storm, to brace this against the floor so the car maintains structural rigidity. We're gonna need a lot of tube stock when we go to do it. Cause yeah, we lost structural integrity down there. And for what it's worth, guys, the torsion bar cross member being not connected to the rocker would be like there being a gap about this big in the roof. Like if somebody just cut out a section of it, that's the structural equivalent down there. It needs to be fixed. I'm pretty sure the floor, the patched floor, is the only thing that's holding this car together. That and the actual roof and the post. But yeah, we'll do it. Go to any Revolution 250 events. We went to the 250th anniversary of the birth of the American Revolution. I was at North Bridge, Joe. I was at North Bridge in Concord and Lexington. Bree and I went. And then we went and saw a reenactment of Parker's Revenge, which was sick. All right. Number 1, reading at the exhaust manifold. Here, let me switch cameras. Number 1, reading at the exhaust manifold is reading 380. Okay, let's check over here. This is number 7. $373. Okay. Let's check the number 2. $206. Check the number 8. $214. Huh. Look at the intake manifold. What do the runners look like? So it looks like we got a factory equivalent of a dual plane. There's 2 plenums that go that way and 2 plenums that go that way. And then it's like a top and a bottom. The top one goes to intake, second cylinder over here. So that the top runner over here splits from the plenum and it goes to number 3 and number 2. The bottom plenum here goes to number 1 and to number 4. Well, if that's the case, then that means this, number 2, should be reading a similar temperature. It's 253. Yeah. Huh. Huh. So that means number 1 should be making a similar temperature to number 4 over here. 350. Yeah. Okay. That's just the runners. I'm satisfied with that. That's fine. It's just how the runners are arranged, guys. We're just getting weird temperatures. Let me see this here. That sounds fine. Yeah, Mercs, that's what I'm saying. If this thing was still running shaky, I'd be a little bit concerned, but it's not. It's not running shaky at all. I mean, we got a teeny weeny bit of blow by there, which once again suggests what we've already been thinking. This motor is pretty good. It's gonna need to be rebuilt soon, but not right now. It's good, it's fine. At least it should be. Does it go into gear now without shutting off? That's really the next thing we gotta test, so, well, might as well, let's do it. I think it's gonna stall. I think we need to prime the transmission more, but that's just me. Okay, brake is on, into reverse. Yep. Transmission's probably gonna need more. Let me start her up again. Oh, it dieseled. Did you hear that? It dieseled on start again. Smoke out the back. I see it. What cylinder is it? What side is it coming from? It's coming from the right. This is true duals all the way back. Smoke coming out the right pipe. Okay. Something's definitely not happy up there on that right bank. Something is definitely weird over there. Like definitely weird. Does it smell like coolant, oil, or both? Let me see what that blow-by smells like. Hold on. Let me smell the exhaust. Give me one sec. There's smoke coming out the breather. That's the thing, too. That immediately made my eyes water. They're set the same rarest, yeah. Yeah, we need a bore scope, Ace, yep. You didn't have to stick your head in it. It didn't smell like unburnt fuel, guys, to be honest. It's hard to put my finger on it. It doesn't smell like oil. It doesn't smell necessarily like coolant. Have you been losing coolant? I haven't been keeping track, Rarest. I did top it off at the beginning of the week, and I checked yesterday. There was still coolant in it. I could see it when I opened the cap. Just really trying to think. I don't know. Let's get things going with that transmission. I need this thing to yard drive. Daly, we'll get back to that in a second. Our objective is to get that transmission happy. So let me get a rag, and I'm gonna take up the transmission dipstick. Like, I don't know, guys. I want to say it smells like ozone. I guess like burnt toast, not burnt toast, but something is burning in there that shouldn't be. Maybe burnt oil. Maybe a little bit. right, let's see what this says. The transmission is reading like full, super full. Like, it's not really giving me a good reading, dudes. B69.23 is flying for Starlink 674. Cool. Yeah. Smells like burnt oil and ozone. That's I guess that would be like my closest thing. Here, let me rev it. I want to see if smoke comes out. Up. Oh, whoa. After the rev. Valve seats. Oh, yeah. After the rev, a huge puff of smoke came out. Valve seats all day. Yeah, okay. All right, that pretty much figures that one out. What color smoke? White-ish. Like, it's hard to say. It's hard to tell because of the sun glare. I'd say the valves, that's valve seals. If you get off throttle and then you see smoke, valve seals. If you get on the throttle and you see smoke, piston rings. That's what I was taught. It's not a lot, guys. It's not a lot of smoke. It's just a little bit. It's not enough to really tell the color or not. Like, it's really hard to say. How hot it? Let me check the. Oh, that doesn't smell good at all. Temperature above the thermostat is reading 175. Temperature at the radiator cap is 99. Is it bad? Guys, everything is fixable on this short of a blown engine block. Short of like a hole in the engine, you can fix it. Plenty of parts, not worried. No thermostat? I did the water pump, and I had help when I did the water pump. So I know the water pump was done correctly. I think we put a thermostat in. Here, I'll let you guys take a look. You know, we'll get, I want to figure this out. We'll get to the transmission thing in a second. Hellfish, if I can get the thing to drive around and shift, I'm pretty much good with it. But here, I'll rev it. Ready? Ooh. Oh. See, I couldn't have seen that. I just see it after it disperses out into the yard. What was that? Hold on. What is that? Super rich. Super rich. I'm gonna dial in that idle speed screw. Holy crap. That's super rich. Hold on a second. Whoa. Looks like a Falcon 9 gas generator in here. There we go. I put it a half turn in. Let's check it again. It's black smoke. You're still burning off carbon. That bank is rich. Absolutely. Black smoke is rich. I didn't see any black smoke from back here. What is that? It shouldn't be rolling coal, guys. That shouldn't be doing that. Wait a minute. Where is that coming out of? Oh, that smells terrible, dudes. Smells burnt. That's the shadow? Oh, okay. I can't see it. You guys, like, I see something. Huh. Could be burning up the mouse nest inside of the muffler. Hello.
Hi.
You going inside?
Yeah.
Okay.
How's the car going?
Smell that burning?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not great. Something's definitely still weird with that engine, but I think the thing that's weird with that engine is that it's 56 years old.
That could be a possibility. Any chance you want to help me with dinner?
I got to do space news today, sweetheart.
Well, you could help me with dinner and then come do space news.
I'm not done here. Why are you putting me in this position? Because I want to, but I also need to work. That's like me stopping you at 10 in the morning and being like, hey, you want to go get breakfast with me? You're working. I'm working. Don't give me that smiley face. See this? She's up to no good. See that smirk? She's up to no good.
Just saying, if you wanted to help me with breakfast and with dinner, I was gonna go do that.
Is this your attempt at being cutesy?
No, I really don't know what to say because I didn't think this was gonna work, and now.
Dude, I gotta finish diagnosing what's wrong with this car. Chat, be quiet. Mom and Dad are talking. I want to finish this if that's okay. I just need to get this thing movable.
Okay.
It's freaking okay. Why you gotta make me feel bad like that?
You hate me. It's fine. I get it.
No, we're good. Let's get this thing. Well, I don't know, man. Something's not happy with it. Anyway, I would drive it a bit to put the engine under load before worrying too much. Well, we got to get it moving. It doesn't go. It doesn't go when we. Oh, you're back.
I need somewhere to put this while I get everything else outside.
Don't put it on the car.
Okay.
don't put it on the car. We'll put this over here on the couch. Chat says happy birthday. So why does it smoke? I don't know. Something's weird with this motor. I still think it's too rich. I'll dial it in. I'll dial it in a half turn on both screws. Well, I adjusted the left one. I'm gonna adjust the right one now. Ah. All right, let's see what she does now. Something's definitely strange with that right bank.
Hey, Dean Winchester, where's my,
Just call me Dean Winchester.
I did, because you're working on the car. Where's my, where's this go? Thank you.
All right, I'll see you in a sec.
I thought you were going to work on that.
Well, when I'm done. Could still be burning residue out of the muffler, yep. Yeah, it is, Buck. Yep. Let me check the temperature at the thermostat. 170 at the thermostat. Radiator cap is reading 100. The radiator cooling fins is reading 100. The upper bucket on the radiator is reading 160. Interesting. Yeah. Carb probably needs a rebuild. Old fuel ate the seals. The carb is definitely struggling. It definitely is, guys. Like that. Yeah. Anyway, let's get the thing to move. That's where I'm at next. Let's get the transmission working. Now, something is strange here. The manual called for 6 quarts, right? And then it said to put whatever you need to get it to read full. Whenever I put that dipstick in that tube, the thing constantly just reads above full, like it's overfilled almost. Yet, when we go to shift the car, nothing happens and it's a rough shift. You can't be this particular. This car's been sitting, hasn't been driven over 10 miles an hour in how many years? You need to wait until you get a chance to drive it on the road regular speeds for an extended period of time and then judge it. Fair, Smutty. Might be airing the channels, yep. All right, well, let's just, we'll figure out that in a second. Let me move the cameras around in case the transmission does work, so we can back this thing out. Yeah, I don't think the transmission is over full particularly, but we didn't drain the torque converter either. But it definitely doesn't. I got a whiff of this stuff again. It definitely doesn't like it when you put it in gear. I'll show you. So brakes. Putting the brake in just stalled it. We do not have power brakes. This is manual drums. Why would that do that? It won't start with the brake pedal depressed. All right, foot's off the brake. Okay, foot's on the brake. Foot's off the brake, turning. Foot's on the brake. Huh. All right. I'm putting the parking brake on, dudes. I'm going to start it with my foot off the brake. Okay, she started, and I'm going to put it in reverse. Putting it in reverse also stalled it. Neutral safety switch. Now it's in reverse. Neutral. Drive. Neutral. 2. Neutral. 1. Neutral. Reverse. Neutral. Park. Reverse. Neutral. Reverse. Neutral. Drive. Neutral. 2. Neutral. 1. Neutral. Pressing the brake pedal. Brake pedal in reverse. It stopped. Huh. Reverse. Park. Neutral. Reverse. Does the horn work? Nothing from the horn. We're in neutral, putting the brake on, hitting the brake pedal. I'm seeing a voltage drop when I hit the brake pedal. The dome light gets dimmer. Oh dear. All right. Brake pedal on, in reverse. It went a little bit long. It went a little bit longer that time, but it quickly shut off. Oh boy. Oh boy. Huh. That's electrical. Definitely. Do your brake lights work? Yeah, I think so. Are you 100% sure it doesn't have a brake booster? Yes, I'm sure. See that? That's just the master. There would be a diaphragm right there. There'd be a diaphragm right there if there was. It's just manual brakes, manual drums. Put a voltmeter on the battery for kicks. Okay. If I do that, you guys are going to have to read it. Check for voltage drop. Let me see if I can just, that's positive, don't do that. See if we can just shoehorn these things in here. All right, you guys are going to have to read this and see if there's a voltage drop. What's up, Bree?
I have another delivery here from Jeffrey Bezos.
Ooh, tungsten carbide burrs. All right.
Kaito, come on, we're going in.
I got those for grinding spot welds.
Buddy, we could go out this way. We can go out this way. Come on.
Reversed leads. Hold on a second. There you go. There you go. There you go. All right. We're good. Trey, that might be what's going on. We got to figure out, we got to start diagnosing that. Pull all unnecessary fuses, except ignition and motor, and test again. Is there a fuse box in this thing? If there is, I don't know where it is. But here, let's test the voltage drop. Let's see what happens. Actually, let me zoom out because the car might move a little bit when I shift the transmission. All right. You guys tell me what's going on here. All right, so I'm gonna press the brake pedal. Okay, brake on. Brake off. Switched ignition. Brake on. Brake off. Brake on. Brake off. All right, here, let me start the car. See the voltage is going up, 1249, 1250. All right, brake. Brakes on. Yeah, that should be 14, shouldn't it? Yeah, it should be 14, shouldn't it? That was working yesterday. It's still giving us some charge. See, the voltage is going up. All right, I'll give it a rev. What the shnikey bombs is going on there? Is the ground on the alternator connected? Yeah, it could be. Huh. Well, there's a couple of things that we could check. Yeah, there's a couple of things that we could check here. We could can check for power at the voltage regulator. I'm going to guess that voltage regulator may have gone, but who knows? This engine has a bad motivator, look. So, guys, I would probably guess that we're undervolting when the brake lights go on. But then again, the transmission was doing better that time around. But, I mean, it is generating. The voltage is going up. It's just going up very slowly. So, I mean, the thing might be on its way out. But the other thing is that the way this system is designed, it has an external, what's called a voltage regulator. So, okay. Little bit of learning here. All right, so back out for a second. That thing's the alternator over there. Okay? You need two things to make that happy. A battery cable and a field. So an alternator exciter. All right? Now, all right, see that thing right there? I highly doubt that that thing is junk. I highly doubt. Could be wrong. We got to test it. You need two things for this. You need a field connection and you need your battery cable. That's it. You don't need anything else. Now, there's a voltage regulator. There's a voltage regulator over there. I'm pretty sure that that's it right there. Now, what does that thing do? Okay? What does that voltage regulator do? Okay, so think about this for a second. When you're at different revs, right? When you're at different revs, this thing's going to be generating different amounts of power because the belt is going to spin faster, right? The voltage regulator makes sure that the alternator, well, it's basically regulating the current coming out of the alternator back to the battery, right? It's basically making sure it's always going to be 14 volts. That's it. It's always going to be 14 volts, nothing more, nothing less. This thing is generating all different types of power. It basically is a pressure regulator, making sure that 14 volts is constantly coming out. That's it. That's all it does. I highly doubt that that thing is bad. It could be. It's possible. Much more likely is that the voltage regulator failed or we have a frayed cable. This thing is starting to show signs of dodge. Electrical gremlins. It's starting to show that it's got some gremlins in it, which is fine. Not anything we didn't know. It's a 56-year-old car that's been left sitting for a long time, right? Not a big deal. There is some unhappy things about it, though. And we're going to need to figure that one out. I have to remember how to do this. I don't remember how to do it. That is a way that is a quick and easy way of figuring it out, Tessa, if you want. So, start it up. I hate that it does that. Oh. It's definitely dieseling. Guys, I'm starting to think we're either leaking oil or coolant into the combustion chambers. And that's causing it to diesel. You hear that when it starts up? Yeah, not starting. I'm pretty sure that that's what's going on. Anyway, this should stop this thing. This should shut the car off if that was the case. If we were tapped into just battery power, disconnecting this would shut the entire car off. But that's not what's going on. If you disconnected this and the motor shuts off, your alternator isn't working. So, see what I mean? I don't think that the alternator has a problem. I do not have SBL on in the background. I muted it, S. See what I mean? Now keep in mind, Mopar, on most cars, that should read 14 volts. That might be different with a Mopar. They do have some weird ignition system with like a ballast resistor built into it. Press the brakes without the battery. That's a good idea. Okay, negative terminal is off. Let's pump those brakes and see what happens. Brake pedal is on. Immediately shut off. So we have a weak alternator. It's working, but it's weak, which is what the voltage was saying. And this thing will not start because we unplugged the battery. We have a weak alternator. A weak alternator, a weak charge, does not mean that that alternator is bad. Once again, I highly doubt that that thing is broken. What goes on alternators usually is a voltage regulator. That thing. At least I think that's the voltage regulator. There's a voltage regulator around here somewhere, and there's only so many things it could be. Now, with that all being said, I know I can get a wire diagram of that in the book, so let's do that. Yeah, I do think, though, on a side note, that I mean that pretty much sealed the deal. This motor needs to be rebuilt. Not once again soon. It's not anything we didn't think. It needs to be rebuilt soon. It's fine right now. Like I said, if this was somebody's car, I'd just be like, yo, just drive it. We'll rebuild it later. But anyway, here. The wire diagram is not complicated. I'm going to try to turn this camera so you guys can see the pages that I'm going through. Okay? So I'll put the camera right in front of me. And let's try this. Ready? Okay. We're going to ignition, which is section 8. Because clearly it's starting to show signs of Dodgeisms, which means the electrical system is going. Okay. Ignition systems, 8-cylinder. Usually there's a troubleshooting guide. Is this a Chilton's? It's not a Chilton's. It's the service manual, baby. This thing is very useful. All right. There's not enough grease on these pages. Yeah, that's true. All right, so let's take a look. How much did this car cost new? $2 to $3 grand, depending on your trim level. There's usually a troubleshooting guide somewhere here. Odd question. How good is the ground on that Pertronics? American unknown at this time. Yeah, I know it works. Yeah, I know it works, but yeah, I don't know. That's distributor. Ignition timing, we've already been here. That's how it would look if it had points. So condenser, and then the points are right there. Okay. Already been through all that. Spark plugs, we've been through that already. We've definitely read this page. All right, I'm curious what the ballast resistor does here. The ballast resistor is compensating resistance in the ignition primary circuit. During low-speed operation, when the primary circuit current flow is high, ballast resistor temperature rises, increasing resistance. This reduces current flow, thereby prolonging ignition contact life. At high-speed operation, when primary current flow is low, the ballast resistance cools off, allowing more current flow, which is required for high-speed operation. During starter operation, the ballast resistor is bypassed, allowing full battery voltage to the ignition primary circuit. Okay, I highly doubt that that's what's going on. All right, let's back it up. Ah, here we go. Starter motor, alternator regulator. Here we go. Let me get you guys a higher angle so you can see. All right, let's take a look. Excessive charging rate to a fully charged battery. Nope. Regulator contacts. Service diagnostics over here. Let's see. Alternator fails to charge. Low, unsteady charge rate. Alternator drive belt loose. Okay, probably not that. High resistance at battery terminals. High resistance in the charging circuit. High resistance in body to engine ground lead. Open stator winding. Oh. Low output and low battery. High resistance in the charging circuit. Low regulator setting. Low regulator setting. Shorted rectifier, open rectifier, grounded stator windings. High resistance in the charge circuit. What's the correction there? Test charging circuit resistance and correct as required. Okay. Low regulator. Reset voltage regulator to specifications. You can take apart the voltage regulator. It's adjustable in this design. God, I love old cars. I'll bet you that that's what's going on. Grounded stator windings, remove and disassemble alternator. Oh, look, the alternator can be taken apart too. Yeah, baby. Okay, let's read here. Okay. Disconnect the ignition wire at the coil side of the ballast resistor and connect the positive lead of a test DC voltmeter to the battery positive post and connect the test voltmeter negative lead to the voltage regulator field terminal. No other lights or accessories should be on. Okay. Is there a diagram for doing that? Oh, there is. Excellent. You could rebuild the alternators if they still make the kits, yeah. Does it say that 14 volts should be the output? No. Okay. You love this? Nice, LM. Yeah, it's good stuff. Okay. There's the disassembled alternator. Yeah, everything is designed to be taken apart. It was 14 yesterday? Are you sure? It was 14 yesterday. Huh. I'm the nerd who would turn this into a frame-off restoration. I, too, am a nerd. I didn't buy the carbide burrs for no reason, roundabout. Those are the best way to grind out spot welds that I've found. Spot weld drilling bit is okay, but meh. I remember 2 days ago you said it wasn't working. And yesterday it was working at 14. Was it 14, Ride Tech? I don't remember off the top of my head, dude. Anyway. And which begs the question again, why is it not charging? NASA is closing the Goddard Institute for Space Studies on the 31st of May. Letter is out. Shame. Loose wire, ground. That's my guess, Mutter. All right. Well, let's... All right, let's do exactly what I did before. I'm going to move this camera. Let's start looking at connections, dudes. This is, if the voltage regulator isn't shot, I'm going to guess this is just a frayed cable. All right, let's take a look. Look at that Detroit steel, man. Yeah. Roundabout, this thing is going to need a lot. I let it sit for way too long, and it's totally my fault. It's, yeah, it's going to need a lot. Yeah, I let it sit for too long. It's my own fault. But whatever, more streaming content, I don't care. We'll fix it. I'm not worried. Well, if Fred didn't sit apart for a decade, yeah, I know. It's my fault. You don't need to remind me. Jackass. All right, let's start looking. Dinkelberg, where'd you put my light? Where'd you put my light? Huh. I took it off when we were trying to move the car. It wouldn't have gone far from there. Ah, there we go. I found it. It's gonna be mint, 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 mint. Yep. All right, let's take a look. What do we see? So, let me open up the tab. I'm so afraid I'm gonna break that metal off. There's the field wire. Right there. I can't get at it. The valve cover's in the way. And here's your battery wires. That all seems tight. The wires are definitely old, but they're there. Ow, the radiator's hot. I'm just looking, see this green one right here? This guy up there. That's the field wire. You need that. You need that for the alternator to generate power. If it's not generating a field, you got a problem. Does your voltmeter have a continuity tester? Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm thinking. They're old, crownless. What do you expect? So what does this want us to do? Charging circuit resistance test. Disconnect the lead at the alternator battery terminal. Connect an ammeter. Oh boy. In series between the bat and the terminal. Oh crap. Well. Let me think. Let's do the field circuit resistance test. Disconnect the ignition wire at the coil side of the ballast resistor and connect the positive lead of a DC voltmeter to the battery positive post and connect the test voltmeter negative lead to the voltage regulator field terminal. Disconnect the ignition wire at the coil side of the ballast resistor. Okay. Okay, that's over here. Let's just do the tests that they say. That's over there. All right, so the field wire. The field wire goes into this harness right here. And then which side is field? Oh, the label's been scratched off. I think the field wire's on the left, yeah? That looks like it says FLD. Or it did at one point. What would it say on both sides? It would say ignition, right? So it wants me to disconnect the lead wire to the coil. Brushes in the alternator are world not connected to ammeter armature properly. Oh, disconnect the ignition wire at the coil side of the ballast resistor. Oh, yeah, the ballast resistor's over here. Now, which one of those wires goes to the coil? Here, it's this one. Okay, the negative terminal's off. Okay, that's the coil. Screw off. Let me just shine a light in there to make sure we're pulling the right thing. Okay, that's coil positive. Where's coil negative? Coil negative goes to the Protronics, and positive goes to the positive on the coil. Okay. And that's all that's connected to it. So that tells me, okay, just on a quick side note, this is the screw to the positive terminal on the coil. Okay, you see? I'm putting it down right there. It's on the book, on the diagrams, so we don't lose it. Okie dokie? If it's not there, I'm going back to the other camera. If it's not there when we get back, we got gremlins. I just took a sip of water. All right, so just pull this freaking thing out of here. That might be asbestos. If it is, I'm going to have a bad day. It's probably not. You should always deal with asbestos properly. All right. what does it want? I'm gonna bring the service manual over here. The damn bolts on the damn service manual. Hold on. Disconnect the ignition wire at the coil side of the ballast resistor and connect a positive lead of a DC voltmeter to the battery positive post and connect the test voltmeter negative to the lead of the voltage regulator. Okay. You know what? Hold on. I'm changing this or redoing this. This is a brake cleaner cap. It's in the brake cleaner cap because I need this. I usually do an index, but it's harder to do it with nuts. Okay, so let me flip that page one more time. Disconnect the ignition wire at the coil side of the ballast resistor. But that's a field test. We know it has a field because it's charging. Why are we doing this? Maybe I was just going down the list. You need one of those magnetic. Oh, I have one of those. Oh, nice. It's over there. But we already got our. Yeah, let's just do it. Screw it. Let's just do the test. We'll go down it. Ignition wire at the coil side of the ballast resistor. Let me check that wire diagram. Okay, so the lead to the coil is off, right? That's what it wanted. Now, okay. Connect the positive lead test to the battery positive post and connect the test voltmeter negative lead to the voltage regulator field terminal. Okay, I can do that. Okay. Okay, positive is positive's on the battery. And negative here is on the field terminal. Right there. Or I could just drop it. Or I could just drop it again. You know, whatever. You know what? I'll just hold that thing in place when we get to that point. Okay. Turn the ignition switch on and turn the voltmeter selector to low voltage scale and read the meter. It should not exceed 0.55 volts. Lowest setting on the voltmeter. Okay. All right. Let's turn on the ignition. Okay. Ignition is on. Now let's touch that to the field on the voltage regulator, right? That's what it's looking for. Should not exceed 0.55. Okay. Let's just turn that to 20 and see what happens. Just out of curiosity, what is this reading? Huh. I don't know if you guys can see that. Okay, that is reading, oop, the negative's grounded out on the motor and it was reading 12 volts, which means our ground is good. That means we got a good ground. If we can touch the motor and it reads 12, that means we got a good ground. So that's good news. Inadvertently testing that. The ballast resistor is still connected. It wanted us to disconnect the ignition wire at the coil side of the ballast resistor. I did that. I disconnected it would be the left wire on that ballast resistor. This wire goes to your coil. It goes down in there, it goes to the coil. If you guys really wanted to pull it both ways, we could just pull that sucker out right there and do the test again. If you're not satisfied with that, let me switch that to the lowest voltage setting. I think we should clean that terminal. That's what I think. I think that we should take that voltage regulator off and just clean all the leads on it. Anybody agree with me in that diagnosis? That connection is a little crusty. See? Why don't we get in there, clean that sucker off and see what happens? Because this thing screams all day we have intermittent connections. Yeah, all right, cool. I'm undoing 12 volts, or undoing the negative terminal on the battery. Let me just make sure this should make no connection here when we go to test this. Yep, all right, cool. We are clear of current. I'm taking my voltmeter off. All right, let me just put all the connections back, undo our configured state for testing. Did the lowest setting exist in 69? I have a 2-volt setting on the multimeter. But, I mean, you know what? Oh, 200 M. What do we have M? It's millivolts, right? Millivolts? I don't know. Let's see what the lowest setting is. I didn't have it set totally to the lowest setting. It was on 2-volt, not 200 M. Excuse me for breathing. Let me put that back in. Let me go connect that over there. We'll check it again. Okay, we're on the positive. Negative is connected. Let's check it again. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's... I'm going to set it to 20 volts. Yeah, okay. Something's not right here. Unless I'm doing something wrong. I don't think I am. The reading is too high. Yep. Yeah, it's much too high. A reading in excess of 0.55 volts indicates high resistance in the field circuit between the battery and the voltage regulator field terminal. If high resistance is indicated, move the negative voltmeter lead to each connection along the circuit towards the battery. A sudden drop in voltage indicates a loose or corroded connection between that point and the last point tested. Oh, it wants us to go down the list. So what's in between us and the battery? Oh boy. Okay. A wonky electrical system will absolutely affect how the engine runs. Yep, worked the problem. All right, I'm gonna go forward with my cleaning the voltage regulator terminals. Because once again, yeah, that's what my gut's telling me to do. Let's work this problem, let's figure it out. Okay. That's a good call. All right, so we need to, I'm gonna return this to out of its test state, so we'll reconnect the ballast resistor, and then we'll reconnect the coil. Coil positive is reconnected. Let me get that nut. It sounds like it wants to read ohms. It says voltage. Dude, that's what it says. It says, look, and set the voltage, the voltmeter selector switch to low voltage scale. That's what it's saying. I don't understand. Okay, that's tight. All right, that's all good. All right, voltage regulator, let's go. Let's take this off and check. So it looks like we need a flathead screwdriver. Yeah, flathead. So we'll undo the 2 to the ballast resistor on the right. That terminal's pretty clean. And then we need a flathead for the ground. Is that a Tex screw? Wait, what the hell is that? Okay. Okay. Huh. Huh. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. I'll get my Phillips head out and a flathead, and we'll see what's good here. Oh no. What is happening? What's going on here? Oh, that's not moving. Okay, bigger screwdriver. There we go. Oh boy. Oh boy. Not a good sign. Somebody zipped this Tex screw in there because they weren't getting a good connection. This is a self-tapper. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody zipped that in there to clamp that thing to give it a good connection. Where you could have just taken it off and cleaned it, like what you're supposed to do. Hey, maybe somebody was in a rush. Okay, now let's get I'm gonna get the field side off there. This flimsy thing. Look at that. That whole thing for an alternator field. It's not too bad. All right, let's. Yeah. Okay. 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 Yeah. This looks like a deck screw. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's one on the bottom, and it's an entirely different screw. Is that a bolt? What? Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's grab this. Sucks working on a freaking hot motor. I can't touch everything. Yeah, that's loose. That was finger tight. That's good. Okay. All right, well, this is a Borg-Warner voltage regulator, I think. And it's also just a smidge rusty. Let's bring this over to the bench, see what we can see. So the reason why they got a tech screw in there, the reason why they did that is to get a better ground. It needs to ground out on the firewall. If you see that bolt right there, that's your ground. That is a chassis ground, right? For accessory, probably for all the accessories in here. Those, see how the connections right there? See how they're rusty? Got to clean those off. Also, hilarious factory overspray right there. Yeah, the self-tapper was there to get a better connection. We got to clean that off with a wire brush. But let's look at the voltage regulator first. See what's good with this thing. It says, do not ground entire terminal. The black lead on the meter should be in the COM port. Oh. Sorry, man. Yeah, I have so many damn voltmeters. Thank you. All right, let's yeah. Hey, Bio. Probably why it was off. Well, we could test it again if you want. I'm just looking at the connections on this thing. They ain't too bad. It definitely is rusty, but yeah. Then you need to repeat the test 100%. Yeah. Somebody's been here. Somebody's been messing with this thing. The bolts, see, look, see that screw? It's not the same as that screw. That one's all rusted out. That one's not. It's galvanized. Somebody's been messing with this thing. Or, well, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe the water just pooled on this thing. But either way, this can be taken apart. Did you buy this from Vice Grip? Yeah, maybe. All right. So what I'm doing is I'm just taking a wire brush. I'm just going to get all the gunk off of that. How bad is it to find a new one? I could probably buy a new one, dude. Remember, Charger. It's the same car. Probably still make them. Your car got a nickname. It's called Donut. All right. Got most of the crap off of those. It's this terminal that I was like wonking out about. Hold on. I got you. Aqualex, that makes sense, dude. Let me just clean this thing too. Do you have a drill with a wire brush on it? Yeah. Well, I definitely know that that's the field side because it says it. Cool. I scraped off some rust and it has FLD engaged on that side. So these the markings were correct. Okay, cool. All right, well, we could take this apart more, but let's put it back in and see what happens. We'll put it back in and we will test your findings, chat. I'm gonna move you guys over here in front of the car where you guys can get a little bit of a better view. I'm gonna get the wire brush on that too. I'm not sure how that was even reading battery voltage correctly. I don't know, man. Science. I mean, Mutter, the crazy thing is that might mean all of our tests weren't really valid. Maybe it was charging. Maybe I just used a different multimeter. I have two on the table over there. It's possible I grabbed the wrong one. And also, we know this car has a bad ground somewhere. Just on a side note, we know because the horn doesn't work. It's intermittent. The horn goes, it literally makes that noise. So we know it has a bad ground somewhere. And that bad ground might be what's making the motor unhappy. Good news is, though, that the transmission was shifting good. All right, those terminals are clean. That's clean enough. Now, the top screw for this was this, and the bottom screw was that. And then there was a self-tapper as well. I'm very much wondering, the bottom screw threads in. Top one very much does not. That's why there was a self-tapper there. Okay. What size screw is this thing? It is 1/2. Or nope, 7/16. Neat. Get this thing out. So now the real question is, how do we deal with that top port? I hate that there is a self-tapper in there, but it does work. It seems like the captive nut that's on the back of the firewall on that thing fell off a long time ago, which means that this has been replaced at some point. Somebody did replace the voltage regulator, because nobody would take that off, right? Nobody would take that off without, and self-tapper that damn thing back in there without something like that going on. So we definitely know that this is not the original voltage regulator, which is, yeah, that's good to know. All right. Cinch that damn thing down. This frickin' thing. Okay. Self-tapper. The deck screw is going right back in. This is so stupid. I can't believe that actually worked. Okay. Does this top stupid screw go in here at all? Why didn't you just put the self, whatever. Okay. All right, let's hook everything back up. Okay. Field side's good. Ignition side's good. Ballast resistor is hooked up. Coil is good. All right, let's do the test again. So right now, guys, what we're doing is we're chasing an electrical gremlin, which really sucks, but that's what's going on. This thing, whenever we hit the brakes, we were trying to move the car with the transmission. We were hitting the brakes, right? When we hit the brakes, the motor would stall. So that indicates a voltage drop somewhere in this. And then we put the, you know what, let me just check the battery here. While we have our voltmeter configured correctly, let me just check to see. Negative, positive. 1267. All right, guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to start this thing up again. I'm going to start her up again, and I want to see what this reads. I'm going to move you guys over here. All right. Let's see what that reads now with the multimeter configured, right? Did the screen suddenly get a border? Oh, it's had a border the whole time. We're back to holding the light again. He's going to yell at us. Hold the light, chat. All right, I'm going to try to start it. Let's see what she does. Maybe cleaning those connections hooked it up, or I just didn't have the multimeter set correctly. We'll see. All right, ready? Wait a minute. Huh. Turn the light on? Oh. Oh, what the hell? Listen. It's doing it again. What the funkin' waggles? I turned the idle speed screw again and now it's working. Now it's not fouling. That's weird, man. Is it charging? Like, that's 1254. Huh. All right, ready? What the hell? Dead battery? Dead battery? Dead battery. Yep. Bad battery, not dead. Yeah. Okay. So just as I thought, I highly doubted that the alternator was bad. It is putting 14 volts into it. If we take that negative off here, right? Ow. That wasn't me getting shocked. That was a bit of metal cutting my finger. See, look, 14.5. Let me just try to hold this in one spot. Yeah, see, it's making 14 volts. We're charging. It's definitely charging it. The battery's no good. Oh, well, that solved that problem. Check the battery by itself. All right. In fact, that good alternator might be keeping this battery on freaking life support, dude. All right, let's see what this says now. Yeah, 1254 by itself, unless there's something else you guys want to see. It's got a go handle, yep. Well, it sounds like when we step on the brakes, the extra voltage going to the brake lights, now keep in mind, there could be a short to the brake lights. That extra voltage is causing, yeah, the motor to stall because of the battery. Well, at least that's easy. That battery's from 2023. It's not old. Take the battery out of your truck. Yeah. Give it a rev, only the cable. Only on the cable, no battery. Okay. Yeah. We could see if the voltage regulator is actually regulating. That's a good idea. All right, so there's a negative. Positive on there. I'm going to start the car. Give me a second. Dinner's ready. Okay, Bree. Sounded real good on start that time. Wait, Tessa, what did you want me to do here? Okay. All right, I'm going to give it a rev. I saw 15 there for a second, but for the most part, it's staying right around 14. I'd say the voltage regulator is regulating, guys. That would have spiked way more. Hit the brakes. All right, let me see what that does. Brakes. Brake pedal's on. What is it reading? Brake pedal's off. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, brakes on. What? Would it drop it that much? No, there's no way. It wouldn't drop like that. It's dropping 2 volts. Dude, I'm pretty sure we got a short in our brakes somewhere. Or it could be that bad ground on the steering column if the brake light switch is there. Yeah, I'll disconnect the brake switch. That's a good idea. That's where I was going with it. Where is it? Yeah, I'm gonna disconnect the brake switch from the pedal, dudes. Yep. We're on the same page, bros. There's the switch. Okay, we're disconnected. All right, what is it saying now? Brake pedal is on. Now it's off. No change. Well, fellas, that pretty much answers that question. We do have the battery is kind of cucka. The battery's weak, but we have a bad ground in the steering wheel harness somewhere. Is it even running? It was just running a second ago. Could you not hear it? So, check this out. If I go here, now, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave the mic. I'm going to leave the microphone by the horn. Okay? I'm going to leave it by the horn. This might get loud. Headphone users. I'm going to leave it by the horn. You guys tell me what noise it makes, okay? I'm going to push it, and you listen. Headphone users. Horn is, I'm going. It sounded like someone taking a dump. It's like, yeah, that's steering wheel ground is no good. Your horn needs some X-Lax. This freaking noise. I'm sorry, that noise is awesome. No. So, good news and bad news. The good news is, I know where this ground is. It's the steering wheel ground. We're not making a good connection there. The brake pedal caused a voltage drop, which means we got a short or a bad connection, right? Or a bad ground, right? Secondly, I changed the master cylinder in this car and I had to drop the column, so I did undo the ground. I put it back together, but the horn has been intermittent since. That was a long time ago, though. Imagine getting mad in traffic and hearing that. Yep. I really want that square body outside the door. That's tough enough. That's my truck. No, he's mine. He's mine. You not have. Logo Texan, I drove that thing across this entire continent. From Compton to here, California. Clear across North America. Pretty cool. That's an OBS, all right? Or just a box body, a box style for, I don't know, call it whatever. It's a 9th generation F-250. All right, well, we have a bad ground under there somewhere. I'm gonna put the brake light back on. Well, okay, so here's the thing. There's definitely a short under there somewhere. Or a bad ground in the steering column. Might have to drop the thing again to figure out what the frick it is. Right? I know it's there though, because the horn worked and then I changed the master cylinder and it didn't work after that. That was a long time ago though. That's not Bluefus. No, Bluefus is down there. Or, well, that way-ish. That thing should be grounded by the FAA. I heard they're good at grounding things. You tried to plug on the battery, huh? No, that's not the blue truck. That's not the truck we towed the Camaro with. That's the Route 154 truck. I did that stream in 2021. Late. Oh, well, hey, you got to undo the multimeter, dickhead. I did that stream in late 2021. All right, so, well, give me 1 second, guys. It's when I proposed to Brimo, by the way, who has dinner ready for me. All right, what time is it? 4:44. Perfect, making good time. Okay, let me get the light off of this. All right, we'll put the light down here. And what I'm going to do is, because we're just yard driving this, I'm disconnecting the brake pedal. Not brake pedal switch, excuse me, not the brake pedal, we need that. So I'm going to disconnect it. I'm just going to leave it disconnected because that wire gremlin is a problem for future EJ and future chat. Yeah. If you're watching the VOD, yeah, it's their problem, not ours. Or if you just hear, yeah, don't worry about it. It's their problem. It ain't our problem. Cool. So I'm going to put the air cleaner back on this thing. And our objective was to get this car yard driving. So just good enough to drive around. Good enough to drive around without the damn thing stalling. I just need this car to be able to move. It's not roadworthy, not yet. We got a lot, oh, believe me, we are far away from that mark. But it should be good to yard drive. So if you'll just, you know, excuse me for a second. What's for dinner? Pork schnitzel. If you just excuse me for a second, I'll be right back. Do you think the bad battery could be causing weird stuff on the right bank? Judging by what I saw with the voltage regulator, no. No, probably not. But, well, if that's going to prove our theory here... I gotta go. Oh, yeah. See you later. It didn't stall. Dude, she drives. Park, reverse, neutral, whatever. 2-1. Yeah. I just went down, drove it into my front yard, drove around in my front yard, and drove right back up here. Yeah. Is the transmission fluid on the floor normal? That's from the spill yesterday. Yeah, this is all left over from yesterday. The reason why I put the car out there was so I could pick this up. So, if you know, best way to do this is to just get a little bit over there, a little bit over here, a little bit in that pile of rust. There we go, a little bit where that oil is going. That's good. Perfect. Perfect. What? The internet likes cats. It's kitty litter. Between the low battery and the short, when you shifted, the voltage was dropping too low to keep it running. Yep. Yeah, Geek, that's pretty much it, dude. Yeah. I know where that short is. It's on the wheel. I know it's on the steering wheel. I know because the horn never worked right after I dropped the steering column. So, it yard drives. The brake lights don't work. It yard drives. Brake lights don't need to work for me to move that car over here and back. It's fine. Ooh, the exposure got adjusted. You can see the truck a lot better now. Nice. So, we have a yard driver. Good. Perfect. Excellent. Will you drop a skid now? Sure. Sure, why not? I'm trying to clean up the kitty litter. Clean up the frickin' mess, but all right. Whatever. Whatever. Actually shifts real smooth now, not bucking at all. Oh, yeah. That's enough. I don't want to ruin my floor. Now I got to straighten the damn car out. Man, those brakes are super tight. We bled the snot out of those things. Oh, that smells great. Smells like America. All right, that's enough. Also, I was driving around on the gravel that goes up to the garage. I could definitely hear the rocks being kicked up through the floor. Wow, man. I've also decided that whatever version of this car that we do in the end, it needs pause traction. Because of that. Because like, how else am I going to show you the mad skids? Smells like America. It needs to be America. No, all right. Well, she goes, dudes. I'll swap out that battery tomorrow. And the front wheel's locked. Great, excellent. Brakes are so good they lock the front wheels. Excellent. If you did that right, the kitty litter would be swept up now. So, don't weld it. Absolutely not. No. Mutter, I want an 8 3/4. We need an 8 3/4 for this. Or a Dana, what did they put in it? It could have come with a Dana 60. That would have been the highest trim from the factory, a Dana 60 out back. I think it was a Dana 60. I just want something with limited slip. Positive traction is the American way of saying limited slip for anybody that's overseas. There's still a lot of smoke in here. The project is 100% done. Are you going to stream a track day? Maybe not a track day. I don't know. Depends. Road trip, though. I'm just saying, that would be a really smooth ride tooling down Highway 4 at Boca Chica. It'd be a really smooth ride. It's got torsion bars. Really smooth ride in B-bodies. It's very, not bumpy, nice and cozy. Just put a 9-inch in the back. I don't know if I need to make that much power, but I'd like to stick with Mopar parts. Does the Coronet have working air conditioning? If you're referring to the windows that open and close on the sides, yes. Yes, it does. Trick question, this car never had positive traction. I'm opening up the damn garage, dudes. So, man, oh man, did that smell good. So she run. What the hell was that? Why did my garage door just bind? I swear to God, the garage door just bound up. And on that bombshell, I'm not touching that. On that bombshell, I'm gonna go take a break. We'll do Space News in about 30 minutes. Why? Why? Why'd you do that? That's what you get for the burnout? What are you talking about? All right, so actually let me just cap this up real quick. So we got a yard driver. There's still smoke out there. Damn, dude, I didn't even do that much of a burnout. Here, we'll just put this way. Do you think a 68 Cougar is worth $4 grand? Yes. All right. It's a yard driver. It actually looks really good just sitting there right there. Like, look at that. That's a cool looking car. So, what's next? Well, let me show you what I got in the mail. I got a couple of things in the mail today. So, I got carbide burrs and steel it. I'll give you 3 guesses what we're going to do now. Are you sure the smoke isn't coming from somewhere? I don't think I set something on fire. Nope, just smells like tire smoke. It's just getting caught because the wind is blowing on, it's just getting caught because the wind's blowing that way. So, steel it is weld through primer. These burrs are for grinding spot welds with a Dremel. That's what we're doing next. This car needs everything. It needs everything, and I mean everything. Well, maybe not everything. It's not all of it, but most of it. What we got to do is figure out how the heck we're going to what we're going to do about some of the rust on this thing. This thing has, it's a unibody, so it's structural, which means that any rust on the frame rails or whatever, is something that's going to compromise the structural integrity of the car. Now, the car does look pretty straight for what it's worth. And to be honest with you, the reason why it looks so straight and why it looks even remotely nice is because of the post, because it's a 4-door car. If this was a 2-door car, this would have folded in half. The more and more I think about it, the more and more I think we need to build a frame jig. We're going to need a frame jig for this. I need to find a way to keep everything true. Either that, or we could use the floor. The floor is perfectly level. This concrete was cast 2 or 3 years ago. Let me tell you, let me go down the list roundabout. You said frame off restoration. Well, here, let me go down the list. The torsion bar cross member isn't connected to the outer rockers on both sides. Frame rails in the front look good. Frame rails in the back look pretty good. They're okay. Driver and passenger side floorboard is shot. It's been patched and riveted. We're going to grind that all off, and that's why I got the burrs, because they're rivets and spot welds. We're going to go start monkeying around with the patch panels and kind of see the state of the floor because it's covered up. It just looks nice looks nice right now. So it needs floorboards. It needs inner and outer rockers, which, well, I'm not building this into a car unless we do that. Torsion bar cross member, inner and outer rockers, both sides need to be done. That's a lot of work, and in order to do that, you basically got to cut the floor out, which, well, the floor is junk anyway, so it's fine. You already did start a fund for that. I'm waiting for my tax return, Mayor. So just the crud on the back of the brakes was too filthy for use in Tessie? Oh, geez. I would disassemble, clean, and rebuild the whole thing. Yeah, absolutely. So what I need is some kind of jig or metal thing. Fortunately, you got a welder. I have a welder over there, a good welder. It's a MIG welder, a Lincoln 180i, in case anybody was wondering. We can make something. We just have to make sure that everything stays in alignment when we cut stuff out of this car, right? Fortunately, check this out. Give me one moment. Fortunately, this has all the measurements. Look. Bingo. So you see these lines that go horizontally right there? There's 2 of them, the inner and outer rockers. Those are both gone. See this piece right here, this horizontal piece? That's the torsion bar cross member. See where my fingertip is? It ain't connected. That's gone where my fingertip is. Where the frame rail bends out and connects in, that's gone. It's gone. There's nothing there. It looks like there was nothing there. So we have a lot of work to do. It needs a trunk pan, it needs trunk extensions, it might need quarters, it needs a new rear cross member. The rear cross member is rusted in half. You can move the bumper. You can move the rear bumper back and forth. Frame rails are good. It needs wheelhouses. Dude, we're cutting it up. We have to. I mean, it looks good right now. It looks decent, but we're going to cut it up if we want to do it right, and we're going to do it right because I want to learn. I'd rather practice and learn how to do this correctly on a 4-door car that's already, dude, any other day, this car is junk. It's too far gone. Any other day. But this is a good car to practice on. It's a good car to learn. So we're going to learn. We're going to learn how to do chassis work. That's right. That's what we're going to do next. It yard drives. That was my objective for this week. We did complete it. We did it. She's good. It drives. The reason why I needed it to yard drive is because when it gets to a certain point, I need to put this thing down on 4 wheels, back it out, and reverse it in when we go to tackle the trunk. So it needs to work. And it does. A day early, too. Yep. It is it looks good from 20 feet, but I honestly, guys, like, this isn't me concern trolling. I would not drive this down the highway. You are asking for trouble. Your torsion bar cross members, you'll hit a bump and it'll rip itself right out of the car. That's how shot these things are. And that is a lot of work. It's a lot of work, but it involves making jigs and brackets. Now, if you know me from KSP, you know I like doing that. That's my favorite thing to do. Make rulers, measure things, jigs, brackets. So that's where we're going with this. We have to get this car. So the next time we auto stream, I don't know. See, this is where I'm going. This is where I'm like, I got to get this car square somehow. We have to get it square. I have to get it structurally like supported somehow before we cut out the floor, because I think what's left of the floor is holding this thing together. And if we cut out the floor, then your frame rails and everything will bend out. Like notice that in the diagram, there's 2 frame rails in the back and there's 2 frame rails in the front. See that? See the 2? We have to find a way to keep everything true there. It has to stay straight. It has to. If we cut out the floor and both the frame rails do this and the car starts to pancake, done. Junk. Start over. Find another car. Still a bit of smoke from the skid, yep. Angle iron support box. I'm going to have to find something, dudes. We're going to have to find something. I'm going to need a jig. And I need a jig that we can lower the car onto. I don't know how we're going to do that. But it does run. It does drive. It's pretty cool. I mean, we could do cheesy panel work and just kind of make it look nice and go, but I don't want to do that. So that's where we're going with this. That's what's happening on the next episode of the Crew Cab Charger. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed all the engine diagnostics and troubleshooting. It's fun. It's like playing with old cars. It's like playing a video game. You got to puzzle. You have to solve the puzzle. I like that. I think that's super fun, and clearly you guys do as well. Or maybe you don't. I don't know. Strongly suggest measuring ohms between engine ground and body ground. If any, add fixed body ground. Okay. It's jiggling. So doing a burnout with the structure like that is probably not good. It's okay. The crappy shock absorbers took most of it. The car rising up like that was just the shocks not doing their job. But we did get some rubber around here. That's pretty good. Well, that's pretty neat. Freaking one tire fires. Give me a freaking break. It didn't even peel it on the right side. Anyway. I'd never restore this car for resale value. I'd restore it for the love of the car. I'm restoring it because I want to learn. Because what it takes to repair that car is the same as a 2-door. So maybe we do get a 69 2-door Coronet coming down the road sometime. Maybe we do get one in here, or a Charger, or something, or a Roadrunner. We'll know how to fix it. Anyway, I'll be back in about 30 minutes for Space News. Yeah. We'll start Space News then, and we'll go from there. On the YouTube side of things, you should probably get about a half-hour loss of signal. I will be back soon, and hopefully we'll have another episode of the Crew Cab Charger. The next episode is going to be a little bit different. We're going to be grinding some stuff out. We got to take the seat out, all the seats out for now. Put a bucket in there, and that's the seat. I think you have a car addiction. No, I'm good. You're going to drive that car, aren't you? No, not at all. The exposure is killing me right now. Anyway, so the next thing we got to do is we really have to, I have to start cutting holes in the floor and seeing where we need to reinforce. Or we could just do the outer rockers and reinforce it that way. That might be a good place to start. I don't know. You'll find out on the next time. I'll see you guys in 30 minutes.